Test.
Hello, hello. Still it does. Try. Hello. Ah, scusa. You're there?
The microphones don't do it. It's not working? Oh, it is. It does do it. Okay. Say something?
Hello?
Yeah.
Ah, it's a bit delayed.
Yeah, I added more delay for the.
It's
Hello? Hello? Now. Yes, it works. Hello? Hello. Welcome, everybody. We are starting the event right now. This is the main event of the Bologna Peacebuilding Forum, so welcome everybody to Bologna. Nice to see you again for those who were already here in the previous editions. We are now at the 8th edition, and we are also at the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the creation of the Agency for Peacebuilding. I am Stefano Marinelli, a senior researcher on peace and justice of the Agency for Peacebuilding, member of the steering committee, but most of all, I will introduce the guests, the speakers of today, the various panelists of this conference titled Ending Wars, Shaping New Paths to Peace. We'll be together until the afternoon, and we have an intense program. It will be my responsibility to respect the time, to invite the speakers to be on time, and most of all, to inspire, to facilitate the interaction, the participation of the audience. It is our philosophy at IP to promote, to ask for the best possible participation and interaction of the audience. In previous editions, the Q&A sessions were the most interesting and inspiring and powerful moments, where the main points that really interested the audience and really pushed the speakers to make their best points were a key moment of success of the event. So, we start with some welcome addresses by the organizer of this event and the host of this event. So the welcome addresses will be by Bernardo Venturi, who's currently the president of the Agency for Peacebuilding, is among the founders of the agency, and he has always played a central role in the growth of the agency. And Professor Rodchenko, who's a professor here at the School of Advanced International Studies, Europe of the Johns Hopkins University. He previously was a professor of international relations at Cardiff University. He has an international reputation for research on history of the Cold War, but he probably doesn't need any further introduction for those who are familiar with this venue. So waiting for the following panels, which will be a keynote speech immediately by Professor Oliver Richmond, a session on peacebuilding dilemmas from Ukraine to Syria. Then we will have a short lunch break and two following sessions on sustainable peace, and finally a final talk devoted to youth. I will explain every single session, so let me just give the floor to the welcome addresses and more specifically to Bernardo Venturi for his initial speech. Thank you everybody for being here, and hope you enjoy your time here.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno. Welcome. Welcome indeed. It's a great pleasure to be here, and many thanks to the Johns Hopkins University for having us here today. We are partner from the very beginning, from the very first edition. We were here when it was just one-day conference. It was here at the Johns Hopkins. Now it's really multi-layered, multi-event forum, but we are still here, and it's great cooperation. So many thanks for this space, for this collaboration. So yesterday, it was the very first day. We had different events. Some of you were around. And I think we created a space where different people from different communities, scholars, practitioners, students can really gather and discuss in a safe environment. So we had some more closed door events due to, the confidential issue discussed. On some regions, like on Ethiopia yesterday, we had more open events, like discussing about the role of technology in peace building and mediation. And we will continue to do tomorrow with a couple of other events, one more targeted for youth and students, and another more public event on mediation with the Italian MFA and the Italian Network for International Mediation. I think we build up really an event where people can gather and discuss. I want to stress this because I really see in my work, also my academic dimension, that the different community often they don't talk each other. So already in different disciplines, it's hard to discuss each other. Security scholars, peace and conflict scholars, they're not meeting, not discussing, having languages that are different and they don't communicate enough. So these events are really oriented toward that, to have this dialogue. But at the same time, it's also to find common ground. And I want to say a strong word, solutions. Also to look forward. So when we are talking about ending wars, shaping new ways for peace, it's really discussing about what does it mean for us, shaping new ways. So it's not just analyzing, it's not just understanding, that of course is paramount, is the first step, but then we really need to move forward and to say, so what's next? How to innovate mediation, how to innovate international relations with a multilateral system that is broken, maybe, or in crisis, how to think the way forward. It's not enough. We heard so many times from governments, the world is plenty of wars. There are 60 plus conflicts, armed conflicts around the globe and so on. That's not enough. We need to move forward and to think how to end conflicts, how to find new ways and new paths. That can sound naive, but I do think that as a peace-building organization, we really need to focus on innovation, on solutions, and that is possible through partnerships, through new collaborations and synergies. The space for civil societies is shrinking in most of the countries globally. So I want really to also to highlight how it's great to be here today. We are free. We can discuss, we can gather, we can ask whatever questions, and that is great. That is really a great opportunity. And that's what we want really to preserve and to continue to build in the future. So thanks a lot for coming. As my colleague said, feel free, to make your point, to ask questions during sessions and informally. There are a lot of wonderful people in the room, and feel free to reach out to dialogue. A forum is really like that. It's not just a conference, it's a forum. It's a way to meet up and discuss. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Bernardo, and thank you all for coming here to School of Advanced International Studies, our European campus. Thank you for being here for the 8th edition of the Bologna Peace Forum. My name is Sergei Radchenko. I'm a professor here at this institution, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to provide a brief, very brief institutional welcome on behalf of SAIS. We're very happy to host the forum once again. I think it's the second time that I am charged with providing welcoming remarks in the absence of our senior leadership. This, which of course makes me very happy, I'm very glad. This partnership has been going strong since 2019, and over the years it has become an important part of the intellectual and policy conversations that take place here in Bologna. The forum itself has been active for a number of years and has become a key space for dialogue and exchange between scholars and practitioners working in conflict resolution, peace building, and development, both in Italy and internationally. And since the forum has been convening, I know the world has not become a more peaceful place, I have to say. And the correlation does not imply causation, of course, but it means that there's more work to be done. You know, every year we seem to be having new wars, so there's more opportunity for peace building, whatever remains of the peace that still has to be built after the dust settles. Anyway, what makes this collaboration especially meaningful for us here at SAIS Europe is that it combines a strong local connection here in Bologna with a truly international outlook. That's our spirit as well as an institution. Every year, the Agency for Peace Building recruits student interns from SAIS who collaborate with the organization throughout the academic year. And this relationship has created a wonderful bridge between our institutions and has given many of our students an opportunity to engage directly with practical peace building work. A few words about who we are. SAIS Europe was founded here in Bologna in 1955 at the height of the Cold War. It's the European campus of Johns Hopkins University SAIS. There are persistent rumors about the CIA being involved. Unproven. Seriously, no, it was an academic endeavor from the start. But it was very important for Johns Hopkins to be in Europe. And I think that importance actually continues even today as the transatlantic relationship phrase. We're facing increasing challenges. Even in our understanding of what is happening in the United States, if we look from Europe, but also from the American perspective about what's going on in Europe. So I think to have this transatlantic connection, to have SAIS in Bologna is really incredibly useful for the maintenance of this kind of transatlantic dialogue. One of the things that makes SAIS Europe special is the combination of academic rigor and policy engagement. We try to create an environment where students are not only studying international issues theoretically, but also constantly interacting with policymakers, journalists, practitioners, and scholars from around the world. And so this continues. I think this forum here is a continuation of that. Bologna is also perfect for conversations like this. It is a deeply international university city with a long intellectual tradition, but also a place where people genuinely come together across cultures and perspectives. And of course, discussions about peace building feel especially important right now when things are falling apart. The center cannot hold. So thank you again for joining us. We're delighted to welcome you to SAIS Europe, and we hope that you have a productive and stimulating day of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me introduce immediately our keynote speaker, who's Professor Oliver Richmond from the University of Manchester. He's a leading scholar in the field of peace and conflict studies, as well in the field of international relations. In 2019, received an Eminent Scholar Award for the International Studies Association. He has worked with international actors, especially the UN and civil society organizations in several conflict-affected areas around the world. He has contributed to documentaries around the world, numerous policy reports, and recently to UNESCO's work on cultures for peace, as well to the Nobel Center's exhibitions on art peace. He has also consulted for a range of global organizations. We had the opportunity to have some conversations yesterday about his speech and his views on the current state of peace building and innovation. And it's with pleasure that I gave Professor Richmond the floor for his keynote speech. Thank you very much. Thank you.
4. Any instructions? Okay, I'll decide. You may regret it. Okay. Okay, so not an hour. Great, thank you. Oh, well, it's lovely to be here, and it's great to see so much energy and expertise across many different sectors in the room interested in peace. Of course, I shouldn't be surprised, although we're forever surprised when we see the gathering of such expertise and range across the planet and across sectors in peacemaking, because, you know, historically it's always been necessary. I mean, every political order needs peacemaking capacity to deal with the conflict-inducing elements of contemporary life as it changes. It's a moving target throughout history. So what I want to do in my talk today is sort of do a little excavation of the history of innovation in peacemaking and where it's come from and its qualities and dynamics. And I should say this is part of a paper that I've been working on for, you know, quite a few years, and finding it rather unsatisfactory because it's wide-ranging, it's historical, it's interdisciplinary. It does a lot of things that no one academic really should do. We're told that we should try and focus and specialize and bring in, you know, lots of colleagues to work around different issues. And, you know, if you look at the history of innovation in the medical sciences, it seems that one of the key findings has been that very large groups of input, scholars, practitioners, advisors, actors from around the different, let's say, terrain of medical spheres, are required to build institutions to then facilitate those figures sort of at the top of this pyramid, if you like, who are able to come up with the key innovations, the kind of Einstein-like figure who could really bring it all together. So, you know, what we're saying is that innovation is a large-scale project in most terrains, and I think peacemaking is one of them. A second point I want to make is that innovation comes from a range of different areas. It doesn't just happen around the very highly specialized terrain that you're looking at. So in this case, the question of peace. So, for example, I've been doing work recently on the arts and peace, and sort of thinking about this question of, well, if arts are creative and innovative and disseminate new narratives and new thinking throughout history, where is art peace? Where are the artifacts that are related to peace? There doesn't seem to be very many of them. But actually, when you start to dig, you start to find that there is a very significant, wide-ranging set of traditions around the arts, culture, and peace, of course, as you would expect, because throughout every society and every historical phase, peacemaking is central to the survival of political order and to its improvement. So, you know, not that far from here, in a church in Siena, there's a magnificent mural by Lorenzetti from the 1300s, which clearly depicts, for an elite as well as a kind of grassroots audience, the crucial connection between government and peace, as well as the risks of war or peace. So in his work, which is called The Effects of Good Government, he shows a wonderful cityscape where there's good health and prosperity and beautiful architecture. And on the other side, which is connected to war, you see death, pestilence, and famine, and a destroyed city. So the kind of only surprising thing about that is the date. And if you want to dig even further, of course, what's happening in this artwork is the dissemination of this message that peace is connected to good government, which is connected to classical debates, which take us right back to Plato and before. In other words, we see instantly, from a quick dig into the arts, that discussions about innovation and the centrality of peacemaking in political order have always been there, common, have been communicated to political elites as well as to grassroots actors, and that people have found innovative media to make sure this stays on the record. If you move to the 1500s, still with the arts, you see Hans Holbein and his amazing painting, The Ambassadors, which is in the National Gallery in London, which puts, the sumptuous kind of opulent terrain of diplomacy front and center. Two ambassadors, all the institutions of power around them in this painting. But at the bottom of the painting, if any of you have seen it, you will know that there is a heavily disguised and coded death skull. The message here is that diplomacy says it's about peace, security, trade, and order, but it also carries with it death if it fails. If you want to go a little bit further in the arts, we have, it's an anonymous painting. It's in Somerset House in London, which is now the campus of King's College, London. We have a painting of an actual peace process, one of the first that I could track down. It's from 1604, and it shows Somerset House in London. It shows a negotiation process taking place. And this is over a treaty of peace between England and Spain this time. So now we're moving from the idea of government and diplomacy to treaty making, to peacemaking in the arts. And what it shows is a group of very well-dressed, very rich and privileged elderly men sitting around a table in a sumptuous setting with all of the trappings of diplomatic and aristocratic power. On the table in front of them is a very tiny piece of paper. That is the treaty. So I think what's happening here in this painting, and I would show you these things, but it's quite difficult to pull it up on. You can check online. What's happening in this painting is the anonymous painter is juxtaposing the triviality of the peace agreement, the setting of power, and starting to unpick, this is 1600s, by the way, early 1600s, starting to unpick many of the issues that we would now claim to be problems for peacemaking. A lack of inclusion, power-oriented peacemaking, the consolidation of very limited, very narrow framings of political order. And that's depicted in the very small piece of paper on the table which carries the treaty. There's not much space to include things like human rights or gender or post-conflict restitution or reparations. This really is just about the balance of power. Who has what chunk of land, who puts what forces where. The interesting thing about that particular, if you like, picture of innovation in peacemaking is that it looks very similar to latter-day, modern-day mediations and negotiations. So, for example, if you look at UN photography of recent mediation talks in Cyprus, very similar. Small groups, older men make up most of the team, in a sort of, a corporate type of space today, not an aristocratic space. But you can see a lot of replications of the acute limitations of that form of peacemaking in those sorts of examples. If you go to the paintings of the Treaty of Westphalia, we see the introduction of the notion that peacemaking is done by parliamentary processes. So we're moving away from small groups. We now have an alternative. We have large constitutional framings for peacemaking, which mean that it's embedded in law, there's a parliamentary process, there's much larger scale. They're all men, of course, and mostly elderly, again. But there's a much more inclusive process. So now we're heading into the middle of the 1600s. Pictures are the ratification of the Treaty of Munster. You can compare that to the General Assembly photographs of, again, the modern era. Looks quite similar, but the representation is broader, the inclusion is much wider, and the process is perhaps more technological. And of course, the General Assembly looks like something out of a 1950s science fiction movie. So you can see these things are giving us messages. There are other elements to the arts which were innovative. Francisco de Goya's paintings, from the 1800s, work often on the principle of evoking sympathy for victims of violence and of provoking, if you like, solidarity with those victims. So if you look at, here's the painting the 3rd of May, the victim who's about to be executed by a shooting squad is lit up by this kind of inner light. And that has an impact on the viewer. So what we're talking about here now is some kind of process where we start to understand the world from the perspective of the victims of violence. That was a major step forward, I think, in thinking about peace. And a dissemination for the wider population, now fantastically well known. I could go on with the arts, but we're learning an awful lot here, aren't we, about the deep history of peacemaking through this very creative and innovative set of media, which we generally have ignored. Just one more, just for the fun of it. If any of you know the work of a Japanese artist, Satomi Matoba, did a painting called Pearl Harbor, Hiroshima in 1988. It looks on the face of it like it's just a map. But when you look at it carefully, it is a merging of the mapping, the cartographies of both Pearl Harbor and Hiroshima. So what we're seeing here is a kind of hybrid map which brings them both together. And it's telling us something about territory, borders, distance, and the ways in which in the modern world we can overcome these things. In the past, these have been conflict-inducing, and today we can transcend them. That's an important message, I think, which we can get from the arts. Anyway, let me get back to reality. Most of the contemporary debates about innovations across the social sciences, but also relating to peace, tend to focus on a few significant things: technology and AI, questions of inclusion, the incorporation of interdisciplinary methods, the widening of the academy, and building networks beyond the academy into the policy world and into the world of civil society. All enormous steps forward, all significant. They provide us with different perspectives. Indeed, this morning, when I was putting together some speaking notes for this talk, by the way, is based on this very convoluted article that I've been writing for years, which if I were to speak to today would make very little sense to anyone, including me. But I used AI to produce some nice speaking notes, which should be nice and clear and a bit more sort of coherent. And I found myself going through the notes thinking, wow, this is amazing. I mean, this is really clear. I couldn't have done it better myself, until I got to the conclusion which I disagreed with. You know, and I thought, well, actually, did I really say that? Did I really say that peace is brought about through enhanced trade and the facilitation of technology and the freeing up of all of the regulatory environments which in the past have produced checks and balances and so on? No, I didn't. I mean, there's a certain bias operating in the way in which we deploy these technologies. One, they flatter, they make you look much better than you really are. Two, they are biased towards tech and towards capital. And I think that what we're seeing in the very complex, deep history of peacemaking is a much more complicated story. Let me now maybe try and tell you some of that story, referring to my article, but also the kind of simplified speaker notes that AI so graciously provided me with. So my paper is called Phoenix: Innovation and a Future Peace. And I got this idea of the Phoenix from D.H. Lawrence. D.H. Lawrence wrote a very learned set of essays, which were gathered together in a collection after he died called Phoenix. And if you can find a first edition, then you'll make a lot of money. But they are out there, and they're very valuable. One of the quotations that I pulled from this book, I think is very important for the history of peacemaking. It kind of resonates with me throughout the deep history, the scholarship that we have, the records that we have, the archives, tools, practices, institutions, laws, and the many things that go together to make peacemaking. He talks about the trembling instability of balance and the fact that this balance itself is so fragile, that we're constantly in this situation where we see the collapse of political orders and then the need to see these political orders rejuvenated, reborn, reformed, restructured, and completely rethought. And he was, of course, coming at politics from a literary perspective, writing in a world of George Orwell and the Bloomsbury Group and so on and so forth. Quite a different environment to where we are now, but I still think it's very relevant. So we're thinking about innovation when a political order has failed. There's always been necessity throughout history to have peacemaking tools to preserve, maintain, and improve political orders. So innovation is always ongoing throughout the history of peacemaking. We also always have a picture of a future peace, one which is scientifically informed, but also is conditioned by popular discourses. And there's always this push and pull, if you like, between the social legitimation of peacemaking and its outcomes, and the direction that scholarship takes to imagine this future peace. And this future peace provides us with a kind of emancipatory horizon for peacemaking. Peacemaking will get us to this point where we have human rights and democracy and development and more opportunities and perhaps global mobility, transversal forms of civil society networks, and so on. But we haven't got it yet. Eventually we will get there. That's the horizon of emancipation. It performs throughout history, I think, an important legitimation of a political order which is not there yet. So we legitimate imperfect forms of politics based on power politics, based on violence, based on imperialism, based on racism, by saying that there will be future reforms. And that has been one of the motifs and mechanisms of peacemaking, I think, throughout history. And most of these peace tools and these political orders fail throughout history because they don't get us to those points. The horizon is never reached. So the future peace is this kind of paradox. It brings together social perspectives with scholarly and scientific learning, mediated through the possibilities presented by policymakers and their institutions. But by not getting us to that point, getting us over the horizon, they often then delegitimate. And we find ourselves in these rather negative transitions such as we are today. So peacemaking historically has stabilized elite political orders rather than social political orders. That's a problem. But you can see throughout history, with the evolution of human rights, with democracy, with development, with the non-aligned movements, and so on, there have been various attempts to deal with that lacuna, to take it further. The problem with that approach, the one that we've had so far, is that by not reaching this, if you like, horizon of emancipation, by seeing these transitional phases regularly arise historically, we end up in a situation where we're flirting with systemic collapse. So rather than future peace, we're talking about future war. The history of innovation in peacemaking then can be summarized very simply. It happens after a major systemic collapse, normally a war, civil, regional, or international. And that is when political elites and social actors are able to come together and inform each other and produce a new form of political order which may stabilize, which may bring some form of peace, may determine this future peace. And, you know, throughout history, this has evolved from a victor's peace to an imperial form of peace to more recently a democratic peace. Very Eurocentric, but still a democratic peace. You can see some kind of progress in that evolution. At the same time, you can see why the current liberal international order is in deep trouble, because you can see that it has got somewhat stuck. The innovations that are being produced in the scholarly and in the policy world, as well as in civil society and social movements around the world, are not being adopted into its formal architecture. And therefore we're seeing, as scholars would predict, an escalation of violence. Violence, we know, is both infectious and it also travels, its effects travel across generations. So we're starting to have a broader, deeper, wider knowledge of peacemaking. We can make these kinds of statements today scientifically, but we don't necessarily have a policy architecture which can respond to that knowledge. So the gap between policy and practice and the knowledge systems that we have developed is now expanding, which is always, I think, historically, in the realms of international relations, domestic politics and peacemaking, a sign that the international order itself is in deep, deep trouble. All of that we know. So what do we do about innovation? What does this tell us about the history of innovation? Can we be more instrumental about innovation? Can we, if you like, manufacture innovation? So I think there are two forms of innovation I see in the literature and in historical practice. The first is a form of tactical innovation. This is renovation, actually. So when you renovate a house, you keep the house as, its structural form as it is, but you improve all its fittings, the kitchens, the bathrooms, the decor, and maybe the garden. But maybe do the plumbing and do the electrics and all that kind of stuff. But effectively, the structure remains the same. I think we've seen a lot of tactical innovation over the 20th century and into the 21st century. So what we're really seeing, I think, is a system where we set up some structural framework and then we operate within that system to try and keep it afloat. The second type that I would draw your attention to is a more structural form of innovation, and I think that's where we're heading to now, in actual fact. This structural form of innovation tends to emerge from very major systemic crises. It's at that point where policymakers realize that they can't work within the system. They have to start to work outside of the system. But the question is, are they working outside of the system to bring peace, or are they working outside of the system for interests and other more transactional reasons at that point? So these renovation structural forms of innovation, I got this from the literature on innovation. There is an academic literature on innovation and its conditions, and it kind of runs across different areas, medical, tech, and so on and so forth. Looks at the conditions for innovation, how they're produced, and also the types of innovations that emerge. And I'm trying to apply it to this problem of peacemaking. What it tells us is that in the 20th century, we had a kind of victor's peace. That's the American attempts at the construction of a world liberal international order in both 1919 and 1945. This was the structure, the edifice within which peacemaking was to operate. So the role of peacemaking in that system, whether it was peacekeeping or peace observation or civil society work, conflict resolution, conflict transformation, peace building later, state building more recently, stabilization most recently, and now new tech for peacemaking. All of those systems were designed to work within that framework. So these are tactical innovations. They're not designed to create new systems or to respond to deep structural problems. They're actually designed to prevent deep structural change from happening. So this helps us understand why peacekeeping focused on preserving the integrity of a state in its mandates. It also helps us to understand why the non-aligned movement and the new international economic order did not achieve structural change in the 1960s and 1970s when it was clearly necessary. So we're thinking about peacemaking at the micro level, at the process level, but also at the macro level as a systemic process here. And I think that's quite important to think about these small-scale tools, techniques, as well as actors and networks at the micro level, and their impact on the large scale, and vice versa. So a structural approach to innovation, not renovation, would have taken those kinds of problems more seriously. We would have looked at the collapse of the post-colonial state system and the use of peacekeeping plus mediation in 1960s and 1970s as not just a radical step forward, as much of the media and many policymakers thought, but actually as a sign that the system itself was not adequate, that the broader state system was not dealing with the issues that gave rise to war, whether it was economic development or territorial claims, territorial boundary adjustments, or centralized power, and the lack of checks and balances and many, many other reasons, the lack of justice, the lack of reparations that gave rise to those post-colonial conflicts. So we're starting now to get a story where tactical innovations or renovations are telling us that something is wrong, something is failing with the overall system. So that's led me into thinking about what I'm calling counter-peace. Now, I think that we've seen, probably since the 1960s onwards, from peacekeeping and mediation to very curtailed forms of development, basic forms of human rights, limits on human security, scholarship and practice, and the pushback against international law, against human rights law, the shift from thinking about peace as a structural reform process to thinking about peace within the very limited forms of humanitarianism, i.e. dealing with basic material consequences of war, but not setting up political structures, reform and change. I think that those things are a sign that the system is in trouble. Counter-peace as a concept is something which I'm trying to develop to show how within a peacemaking framework, which is scientifically grounded and supported by many policymakers around the world, whether donors or international lawyers or civil society actors or some politicians, we start to see the development of something which is not quite peacemaking, but calls itself peacemaking. So if you imagine that peacekeeping sends in a UN force to patrol a border zone, or a ceasefire line, or to police a dispersed community that are in some form of conflict with each other, counter peacekeeping would be measures taken to reduce the efficacy of that peacekeeping force. And in the political terrain of the Security Council and the General Assembly, but also in local politics, you can see how that would work. There are numerous ways in which you can limit and curtail peacekeeping. The same with mediation. So mediation sets out from the 1990s to connect peace with democratization, the holding of elections, a constitutional settlement which is signed up, which we call the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. And since that point, from the 1990s onwards, so since attempts at comprehensive agreements, let's say in the Balkans, we've seen the pushback against those very basic scientific ideas. So now we end up with a situation where peacemaking, in Board of Peace terms, around the Middle East, whether you're looking at Gaza, or even extended to Ukraine, but Syria as well, predicates peace on the centrality of violence and the transactional nature of extractive investment opportunities that come from that violence. At best, that is a tactical renovation of certain parts of the liberal political international order. It is not a structural innovation. So these tactical renovations tend to put political violence back at the center of politics. And all the scholarship, much of the arts, most of civil society, at least half of the world's policymakers and officials would immediately warn against that move, would suggest that that move is a danger to peace, will hasten the collapse of political order, will prevent a peaceful transition from one structural setting to another, so something after the liberal international order is emerging. And the question is, do we get there through the use of war as a political tool, or do we get there through all the other political tools which exclude violence that we have developed? And that is still an open question, isn't it, today? So we're seeing the return of the utility of political violence because the liberal international order and its peacemaking tools have proven to be too limited. They don't have broad consent, particularly from the global south, but also from key political hegemonic actors, including in the US. Now, these are political constituencies and political actors. It's not the whole political story, but it's part of it. And it has disabled the liberal international order. And the liberal international order then has become quite clearly not a structural change, but a tactical change, a tactical innovation historically. So global south critiques of the liberal international order would say that it's Eurocentric. and it's connected to imperialism. And this, I'm afraid, tends to prove the argument, doesn't it? Because what we're seeing here is that in the kind of longue durée of historical development of peacemaking, the liberal international order was not a radical departure, but it was connected very closely to power continuities from past political orders. I think we should also see that as inevitable. I mean, it'd be very difficult to move beyond those deep structures of international politics in one generation or one century. So this brings me to, and I know that I'm probably running out of time, but this brings me to a kind of final comment here. Where do these innovations that prevent us from going over the edge or rescuing ourselves from major crises or rebuilding political orders after major wars come from? And I think this is probably the most important part of this attempt I'm making to excavate innovation in peacemaking throughout history. So, where does the phoenix arise from when it comes to peacemaking, historically? How does it work? How long does it take? What does it mean? So this is where I'm using the future peace concept as a vehicle. So I think that historically, innovation in peacemaking and in political order formation, particularly the innovations which are connected with removing the centrality of violence from politics and replacing it with discursive framings, with economic, political, social, as well as cultural, pedagogic, and youth capacity for peacemaking in any society, have not tended to come from policymakers, have not necessarily come from the scientific scholarship, have certainly not come from politicians. And I can construct from this research a kind of simplistic argument, which AI, by the way, validated, that what's happening here is that there's a deep form of knowledge about peacemaking, which comes from the local, from the indigenous, but also comes from societies that are experiencing the disruption of war. And I would add to that structural, cultural, gender, and environmental forms of violence in modernity too. So experiencing that disruption at the sharp end generates knowledge. And that knowledge is expressed and disseminated in a variety of ways, as I showed with my early art piece examples. Policymakers, practitioners, by the way, are then already anchored in much more conservative structures of politics. Institutions, law, human rights, the state, governments, whether democratic or authoritarian, they're all quite conservative, aren't they? I mean, they can't go as far as the scholarship would like, as our ethical grounding for peace, which is all about connecting peace with justice, would like. So in this historical journey from peace as a victor's peace to peace being more closely connected with justice, we often find the very institutional actors that are given the authority to make peace are also the ones that are an obstacle to it, counter-peace. There is a Janus face to this innovatory capacity in peacemaking, which keeps pushing it back from its structural needs towards its tactical, renovatory, and often self-defeating methodologies. What's happening in the longue durée is this knowledge is being generated. It's being inscribed and disseminated in a variety of ways, whether tracts, scholarly books, philosophers like Kant, thinkers like Gandhi, who became leaders, and so many others, distributed, disseminated, consolidated, expanded. And this is a process that's happened throughout history. So you can go back to the classics and you can find they're having the same debates that we're having today about populism, about whether war can be justified, about what to do about victims, does the victim's perspective lead political reform? It's all that nothing is new under the sun, if you like. So there's this kind of archaeology of knowledge which has been building up over time in many layers. Complexity is increasing over time of this archaeology of knowledge. It's creating a peace architecture. Much of that is built on the knowledge and wisdom of those who have experienced violence, who are the victims, the image that I mentioned from Francisco de Goya. It's built institutions and law. These were tactical and structural innovations at the same time. But the knowledge came from these social movements, local agency, resistance capacities, local to global transversal networks. And policymakers who are embedded in conservative institutions only pick up that, if you like, peace epistemology at the moment of a crisis, i.e. in a transition. In history, it's always been after the crisis, when we've had some kind of reform, although perhaps in 1990 you would say they managed to do it without the major crisis hitting it, at least in terms of war. So we had an example of how we could have a kind of transition which was almost more peaceful than the ones that we saw in the past, at least, when structural change was incurred. But then we saw it wasn't structural change in 1990. It was tactical change. So this knowledge has been disseminated, and there was a very famous Cambridge professor in the 1960s who wrote about this, and he said, it takes 200 to 300 years for innovations in thinking about peace and political order to be transmitted from the dry, dead pages of the scholar, the library, into policy practice. But I think that's speeding up, actually, today. And of course, the technologies and capacities that we have mean it should be speeding up. So what would this future peace, if we were drawing on, I'm going to finish, but what if we were drawing on this sort of social and scholarly, philosophical, cultural knowledge from the victims of modern wars, what would this future peace look like? Well, I think the scholarship shows very clearly that it would be all about the closing of the gap between peace and justice, moving peace away from a victor's peace and a liberal peace to one in which we can think about peace with global justice, which means expanding how we think about global justice away from the kind of dry, legal, limited terrain which is connected to state centricity and imperial power, effectively, and its historical hierarchies, and connecting it with racial justice, with economic justice, social justice, gender justice, environmental justice. So a very decolonial, post-colonial, but also social, critical, also very European conception of justice. So I think we have to get away from this idea that the decolonial is a good positionality from which to, if you like, critique some of these technologies of peace, because they came from that experience and they've become very important. What's blocking them is a key question. So what's blocking these innovations, I think, is something we have to think about. One of the things that I think we need to be very wary of is the elision of the conditions of authoritarianism and war-based systems and politics, extractive systems with peace. I would call that peace washing. You know, this is taking away the substance of peace and replacing it with interests, national interests and economic interests. I think that's the border peace is emblematic of that kind of move, as one would expect. So to conclude, there's a long history of innovation of different types. It's brought us back from the abyss in this realm of peacemaking on many occasions. It's produced an architecture of peacemaking which is highly complex, very resource hungry, very much more inclusive than it ever was, very much more scientifically grounded, and has built a political, social, and economic architecture. It's not working at the moment, but we do, I think, have the knowledge and the capacity to make something like it work. In other words, the building up of those layers of peacemaking architectures over past history suggests that what we need next is a new layer to deal with some of these new types of war and conflict, to deal with the outstanding old issues that were not dealt with by the liberal international order or previous systems, and to move peacemaking more closely to this idea of global justice. You'll all be relieved to hear that I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful contribution. I would ask you not to leave the floor because we are running, we have about 20 minutes for a Q&A session. You might be inspired by the speech. The speech itself, Professor Richmond himself ended the speech with a number of questions. You might be inspired by the outstanding and unexpected lecture on the history of art, but also you were given in your capacity here, given your various backgrounds and roles, a responsibility to make a change, to innovate peace building, to play a role in the innovation of peace building in this rhizomatic structure of power that Professor Richmond introduced. So if you have ideas, insights on the future of peace building, and you also have further questions for the professor, our volunteers will circulate with a mic to facilitate your questions. Introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Marika Theros, London School of Economics. Really enjoyed your lecture, especially around this concept and how you use the concept of future peace and the vision and sort of this vision of future peace as a connection between peace and justice. Also really appreciated how you really talked about how it's peripheral knowledge. It was that lived experience that really comes up with a lot of the sort of the creativities to sort of deal with the old problems and the new. My question is actually more small and operational, is on how do we actually reach that future peace to create sort of the visions. We've talked about national dialogues and peacemaking processes, which tend to be, very boundaried by nation, within that sort of the context, the territorial context, but how do we sort of bring out the knowledge that is the peripheral knowledge that can sort of interact with each other to create this vision? Because I would suggest that the academy doesn't do that. It tends to, we already have sort of the frameworks, the binaries, we use the language we use that may be of the past. So what kind of processes or approaches that are, let's say, more radical, that can be used to sort of create a new vocabulary and a new language of peace that can address both, not only address the past, but actually, introduce something new to the future, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. Do you want me to start? Do you want me to go with that? Shall I? Okay. Can we make it maybe 3? 4 was pushing it, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. We are 3 parliamentarians here from Kenya and our secretariat. Paul Zengu, Agnes is over there, and also our secretary. Now, we are policymakers. We make policies. But also there are those, what you call micro structures. For example, we represent very rural communities with the structures. Some are very preventive and some are reactionary. But even before what we would call civilization, we had how to prevent these things. For example, my father was a chief, administratively, culturally respected and everything. And he had a council of elders and council of mamas, ladies. So when there is domestic conflict, he would put the men, the elders, to address the issues of the man in question, and ladies to address the issues of ladies. And eventually they would go home, having come from separate gates, they will go home together. That was not the end of it. There were those causative agents why there was conflicts in the beginning. So the elders will follow up, and the ladies will follow up and correct it. And that was called sustainable peace. Now, with that experience, we'll find out how we can lift the grassroots peace building and preservation into the macro level where you are talking about, where countries to countries and all this. And how policies which we make and don't see impacting the peace in those rural settings can also have a role. Thank you very much.
Good question. For that? Will be another round.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Manas. I'm from South Sudan, but I study security and human rights at the University of Tusha. I just have a question, picking from understanding future peace that we ought to have. Looking at the global trends of conflicts versus international law and the interest for peace and security globally, what would be the future, especially to countries that are hit by conflicts in the global south? And how can the international community contribute towards stabilization of peace in these kind of countries? Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Some really interesting questions there, and I'll try to be quick. So, how to reach a future peace, and the kind of peripheral peace knowledges that you nicely encapsulated there. And we also heard from the gentleman from Kenya about something about this too. I think, you know, the kind of the representation of the types of citizenships that don't fit within Western industrial modernity has also been a huge problem with the kind of liberal peace framework that we've had, and is totally ignored, by the way, by the more authoritarian forms of peacemaking that we're now seeing, transactional forms of peacemaking that we're now seeing. So, you know, it seems that in practice, policymaking is running against the kinds of claims that you're both making, which are in a way connected to each other. But let me just say a few things which are a bit more hopeful and I think also more scientific. I mean, you know, the history of peacemaking is that policymakers don't like doing what the scholarship and what social knowledge suggests. Throughout history, I see the same pattern over and over again. I mean, peacemaking essentially is about unpacking and fragmenting concentrations of power and replacing them with better institutional, legal, and social economic frameworks, right? That's fundamentally how peacemaking moves peace away from war and victor's peace towards justice throughout history. So that sort of underpinning of peacemaking is something which actually power resists, because it forces power to fragment itself. Foucault said the king will not cut off his own head. And that's what peacemaking asks powerful actors to do, the warlords, the mafia, the oligarchs, as well as the kind of institutional and legal framings that have curtailed, have limited the capacity of the social to reform and rethink, to do the structural change before the crisis comes. And we've seen in this current era that the resistance to reform and structural change, which runs from the 1950s right the way through to today, principally the voice and views and perspectives from the global south of the international political economy, and now the environmentalist argument. And then once again, of course, all of these debates around militarism and disarmament are back with us again, driven by social movements, not necessarily driven by state actors. And international institutions, as well as state-level institutions, are unable to cope with the kinds of claims that are being made, as you both outlined in your talks. What future peace suggests to us throughout its history is that it looks like there can be no change, that we'll only get tactical renovation. But tactical renovation, in which bracket I would put peacekeeping and mediation and conflict resolution, as well as some everyday peace work, as well as some social and civil movement stuff as well, but not all of it, obviously. Tactical innovation just holds the dying system together. And now we're clearly in a system where we have very advanced epistemological and methodological framing for a new international order, to coin a phrase from the 1960s, right? So we clearly have the data, the knowledge, the systems, and the basic institutional framing to build up, to borrow from a gentleman who spoke yesterday also on tech. It's there, the knowledge exists, the expertise exists, and the resources exist. What is required is to align them. So those moments of alignment where what you call peripheral knowledge and what I would call kind of social movement generated knowledge about peace in the past have tended to happen after crises, when there's a vacuum, and when all the power plays have failed. And they've led to massive escalations, which can no longer be continued. But increasingly, we're seeing through the later part of the 20th century and today that that's not happening. So we're seeing the modulation and moderation of political violence in its largest scales. We're also at the same time seeing the restarting of civil wars that had been settled or had been dealt with by peacekeeping and mediation. We're seeing the return of populism and nationalism and extractivism and a lot of very negative things that we know from the scholarship lead to war. So in this sort of interplay, between the peripheral knowledge, the social knowledge about peace, the historical knowledge about peace, and the practices of power about political order and status, what we're missing is the vacuum, which peace then can inhabit. But we don't want the vacuum because it happens after a major crisis. So what we're seeing instead is some kind of melange, a mishmash, where we've got a bit of both. And we clearly have a major crisis. We have regional and proxy wars going on. Some civil conflicts have restarted. But we also have much clearer knowledge about how to deal with those things. Getting policymakers to act, whether European, who seem to be our last hope, or Americans out of government, or Brits who have turned against development aid and humanitarian aid, and against some of the basic and fundamental features about knowledge about peace, which are mobility, transversality, moving beyond nationalism, contact, dialogue, discourse framed by constitutions and law. It's very difficult because populations are being kind of brainwashed against this sort of knowledge. But none of this is new. We've beaten it before, and we have no choice. It's existential. We have to do it again. So that peripheral knowledge is not so peripheral, but it works in a kind of different frequency in a very long range. And it's never been so substantial and significant as it is before. I mean, we've never had until the last 20 or 30 years, we've never had a situation where we could have a discussion like this with people from all over the world, all sectors, all walks of life, all experiences. Now this is a form of peacemaking, isn't it? It's a form of contact. It's a form of rethinking. It's a form of not tactical change, but structural innovation that's happening here in this room. But it doesn't stop with this conversation. I mean, when you walk out this room, it continues. It's an intergenerational process. So, I mean, these are unfortunate, awkward truths about the history of peacemaking. It has a long time frame. It tends to be reactive. Innovations percolate slowly. I'm just being realistic about it. And I think that would also be my answer to you. But I think things are much better than they ever have been in history. I mean, you're able to make these indigenous arguments. The post-colonial, decolonial argument is mainstream. It's been pushed back by many Western so-called donors. I'm not sure whether they really are donors now. But it's significant. It's out there. It has been out there since decolonization in the 1960s. The non-aligned movement, the G77, took control of the General Assembly. The US turned against the General Assembly, its own creation, because it didn't like the fact that a democratic parliamentary majority was calling for structural change in the international political economy. That hasn't gone away. That debate is still going on. It has to be resolved as a part of peacemaking. And I think that would also be my response to the gentleman here from South Sudan. I mean, of course, these questions are coming from very pressured environments, much more pressured than this room, this context, this continent. It's very difficult to give an instructive, direct solution to the problem of an ongoing war, whether it's Ukraine or Sudan and DRC and so many others. And when an academic stands up and says, well, the knowledge of peacemaking and political reform is long range, intergenerational, underground, comes from social movements, it seems to go against that very Enlightenment project of liberalism, which is that government holds the answer. Constitutions and laws moderate discourse and mean that violence is at the far periphery of politics. I mean, we're starting to experience a much more visceral, if you like, form of violence in the centrality of politics. So I would say that in this transition, we need to make the correlation, probably causation scientifically, just to refer to my esteemed introducer's comment earlier, that this era, since 9/11, since the rise of populism, has seen the return of violence to the center of politics. It may just be a correlation and not a causation, but if you go back through the full, long range of history, we used to say from Plato to NATO, right? But of course, that's very Eurocentric, and we can do better than that today because we have much better methodological facilities. If you go back across all of those literatures, global historical literatures, and their archaeology of peace that you can draw from them, you will see that these conditions lead to war. And that's where we are today. But you will also see that we have built up a complex, historical, very deep and very broad architecture, which we've never had before today, to do something about it, to mitigate it, to moderate it. The outcomes won't be perfect, but we're actually seeing results. And the results are the moderation of regional conflict, the moderation of global conflict, as well as holding out the possibility of substantial local change, as well as the possibility of structural change without major violence. These are the prizes that we hold within our grasp today. So let's not be too negative. There are some positive things out there, but of course, the whole point of our lives on this chunk of rock is that everything is always existential. The risks are enormous. And that brings me to the environmentalist argument, but I won't take it any further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, there's no time for further question, even though I'm sure that there would have been space and idea for many other doubts and comments and confrontations with Professor Richmond, but the conversation continues. So we can switch to the next panel by thanking a lot again Professor Richmond for his keynote speech. And let me introduce this panel, which is a honor to introduce because it is the result of a collaboration with the Swedish Dialogue Institute for the Middle East and North Africa. I am introducing the chair of the panel, Maria Chalhub, who is a Swedish diplomat and deputy director of the institute. And as I am introducing her, I welcome the speakers to take their floor, take their place on the stage. Thank you. And while Maria Chalhub opens her mic and is ready to speak, I leave her the task to introduce the panelists and a bit also of the idea and of the creation, the establishment of this panel. Here we have 1 hour and a half in total, so we imagine around 1 hour for the interventions of the speakers, so to leave again a good time for questions and answers. So in the meanwhile, just keep in mind that you can ask questions to the speakers later. And so, Maria Chalhub, thanks a lot, and I give you the floor.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and welcome to this session on ending wars, challenges, and dilemmas from Ukraine to Syria. As introduced already, my name is Maria. I'm the deputy director at something called the Swedish Dialogue Institute for the Middle East and North Africa, which is a Swedish diplomatic mission based in Amman in Jordan. And our aim is to foster dialogue and cooperation between Europe and the Middle East and North Africa. Our focus is mainly on building that mutual understanding and also supporting sustainable development and sustainable approaches to peace in both regions. Before we begin, of course, I would also like to extend our sincere thanks on behalf of the Institute for this excellent collaboration with our partners from the Agency for Peacebuilding, Bernardo, Maria Chiara, of course, the entire team, for letting us organize this particular discussion. As I briefly mentioned, we will today be looking at what it means to end war in two fundamentally different contexts. In Ukraine, as you know, we're seeing a society that's striving for resilience and recovery in very difficult circumstances under constant and intense Russian military aggression, in what many experts lately have described as a war of attrition. In Syria, on the other hand, we're looking at a fragile post-conflict situation where the civil war may have subsided, but the conditions for sustainable peace are still very much in question. What both cases highlight is that ending war is not just a single moment. It's a complex and often very uncertain process that involves difficult trade-offs between answering both to short-term and long-term needs. With that, I'm very delighted to be joined, of course, by this excellent panel to my right side that will be providing both internal and external perspectives on those two contexts. To my immediate right, we have Vyacheslav Likhachev, who I will be referring to as Slava throughout the panel. He is an expert with the Center for Civil Liberties in Kiev. To his right, we have Sausan Ebuzaineddin, who's a senior MENA advisor at the Institute for Integrated Transitions, and also the former head of a Syrian civil society platform called Medaniya, that's nowadays based in Damascus. To her right, we have Helena Sancho, who's the first secretary at the Swedish embassy in Kiev, Ukraine. And to her right, we have Shems El-Honaimi, who's the former MENA political advisor at the European Parliament. Thank you all for being here. To get us started, I'd like to begin with perhaps not a simple question, but I will ask you to very briefly respond to what it actually means to end war in your respective context. So if I can start with you, Slava, what does it mean to end war in Ukraine today?
Glad to be here. Thank you for introduction and thanks all who made this event possible. From the Ukrainian perspective, talking in terms of peace building is a challenging task. We are in the middle of the war and we don't expect it to be over recently. I don't think it will be realistic to talk about peace process in perspective of 3, 5, probably 7 years. Of course, miracle could be happen, but hope is not a strategy. So far, the only miracle was happen is a Persian Gulf crisis, which is miracle for Putin in terms of political and economic consequences. So on our situation, the perspective of peace is the perspective of Russians' defeat. Anything we can, the only thing we can do is to continue our struggle. So the only support we really need is military support, weapons, ammunitions, political and economic pressure on Russia. It doesn't seem that a diplomatic way to resolve the war is realistic in a nearest perspective. At least we haven't seen it during the year of Trump's administration's effort to stop this war. The only suggestion they have to us is the capitulation of Ukraine, which doesn't mean peace in any sense. I know good enough what occupation means. I know good enough that any territorial occupation will stop Russia till the independent Ukraine exists. So it is not the way to peace. The only way to peace is Russia to be defeated and the Russian economy to be destroyed. Because when Russia has opportunities and capacity to attack us, it does. I have seen this war since 2014, and I know how our hopes for a kind of a peace before the large-scale aggression in 2022 were naive and unrealistic. So I realized that my message doesn't really sound as a peace-building message, but it is reality we need to understand and to accept. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Samson.
Thank you, Maria and Slava, because from the outside, it may look like we are actually trying to explore two distinct contexts between Ukraine and Syria. But I would say that even in Syria, we're still navigating the very same concrete questions about how to stabilize a peaceful transition. The Assad regime has fallen. This was an overwhelming moment of overdue justice for the entire Syrians. It's a significant moment in history, but it did not necessarily translate into a post-conflict scenario immediately, because at the very moment we still do not have an agreed shared political vision that we're all working towards. So what actually have taken place in Syria is a change in power and with the emergence of new actors and a very fragmented power grip over the territory has now become more centralized with one unified actor who's still trying and has to answer, the same concrete question that I'm referring to in terms of territorial integrity. We have older de facto authorities that are trying to find their new place in the new political order. We have emerging de facto authorities, particularly after two very violent cycles of military actions against certain communities inside the country. We have questions of protection of civilians, secured guarantees. So the questions of political inclusion particularly are still very much acting as destabilizing factors. And it's from that perspective that I would say ending wars in Syria is not by any means the stop of violence, because even violence has not necessarily stopped. That is the reality for multiple communities inside Syria today who still live in fear of repercussions. Ending war in Syria is definitely the emerging of a political order that's based on inclusion and recognition of the needs and realities and aspirations of the different communities. And this is still very much a very open question.
Thanks so much. Helena, please.
Thank you. I think I will underline what Slava said, that, of course, coming from Ukraine, Ukraine is not in a situation of ending a war. It's very much ongoing, and it is preparing for that it's going to continue for some years. It's difficult to look beyond that. But even if we get a peace agreement or a ceasefire, I think that Ukraine will also live with the risks of reoccurring aggressions from Russia. So it's also preparing itself for that. But of course, we do look beyond that. Sweden is supporting Ukraine in winning the war against Russia. And when we do that, we look beyond, we look on a true ending, a situation where Ukraine can dedicate itself to focus on its well-being of its population, of the construction of its society, and the capacity to choose its own future. And the Ukrainian population has been very clear that that future includes EU membership. So we are working, supporting with this goal that the Ukraine will be able to become an EU membership. And this is the kind of the final that we're looking at. So I stop here.
Thank you, Helena. Thanks for sticking to the timeline as well. Shams, please go ahead.
I would say for me, reaching peace in theory would be implementing international law, including conventions to protect human rights internally, fully, effectively, for everyone in Syria and in every part of Syria, if we are to talk about Syria. So there are two steps, if you may. There is the conventional peace, having no airstrikes, tanks, fire being used to coerce others. So that's one stage that we need to reach, which Syria itself has not reached. But also internal peace, peace with itself, that every single Syrian citizen, whichever, regardless of its religious, political, ethnic affiliation, should feel safe anywhere in Syria. And as long as we don't reach this goal, then there's no internal peace. So I think that this is never really going to be reached in practice because, you know, as we speak here in Italy, there are also discriminations that also divide the country and weaken the country. And that is also a ground for some kind of conflict in society. So I see peace and war as, you know, related to conventional peace, but also everyone feeling safe and free to express themselves in Syria in the future. So it's a very long theoretical goal that we need to strive for.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll move into the second round of question, which is real just to dig into the dynamics in those two contexts. So going back to you, Slava, in Ukraine, we know that post-war planning is underway and it's happening in the midst of this war of aggression. And it's forcing authorities to balance, and society, of course, as well, to balance immediate humanitarian needs with more long-term needs for recovery, reform, the EU bid, of course. And of course, this has also happened in parallel to a heavy military buildup. So the question is, how does Ukraine strike that balance? How do you fight a war while also preparing for the day after?
To be honest, I'm not sure we will succeed to find this balance, and I'm not sure it is possible. Of course, our priority is our military strengthening, and if we focus on day after, there will be no day after for us. So it is not about to be prepared for something which should come after the war. It is about to do our best during the war. And it is what we try to do, we as a civil society, we as a government, in our Euro integration efforts, which is very inspirational perspective and which really drives our reforms, necessarily reforms during the war, during those challenging circumstances. And I'm not sure we really did our best yet, but we try to do. What is good is that our civil society and our government really work together. It is not so easy, but at least our government listen to the civil society, and we understand that social cohesion and our integrity, our consolidation is the only way to survive and only way to progress. So that is what is our priority, of course, except our military efforts, is to keep our integrity and keep our solidarity, to move forward together to the European Union, to the European standards of human rights and hopefully on the well-being of our nation.
Thank you so much for that. Sausan, moving over to you. In Syria, as we mentioned, the war has largely subsided, yet we have seen conflict flaring up in different parts of the country ever since the Assad regime fell in 2024. The new government seems determined to move swiftly to issues of economic recovery, reconstruction, international legitimacy, and at least until now, they don't seem as ready to meaningfully engage in processes of political inclusion, reconciliation, and such. How are these different priorities playing out on the ground, and what do they actually mean in terms of moving into a sustainable post-conflict phase?
Yeah, indeed. I think that summarizes the situation on the ground very precisely. It is so far the agenda of the government, the transitional authorities have been very much outward looking, very much focused on regaining international legitimacy, rehabilitating itself in international political and diplomacy circles, and very much focused on socioeconomic recovery and reconstruction as the main pillar to sustain the transition and peace. But so in that sense, I would also say that the focus on economic recovery is also being instrumentalized to regain international legitimacy in a time in this world order where, and we were talking about this throughout the past day and this morning, where peace building seems to be becoming very transactional and very much based on, you know, the interests and the stakes of powerful states who have a say in these issues. So I think the transitional authorities very much understand this reality of the world today. I mean, the entire fall of the Assad regime, I would argue, is a triple effect of the October 7th event, right? So regardless of the fact that the root causes of the conflict in Syria is the barbarian attack of the Assad regime against people who took to the streets claiming a citizenship state and a state of democracy and human rights. So root causes had nothing to do with the economic situation, with economic recovery, etc. They were very much about political recognition, political inclusion, and a political order that actually takes into account the reality of people and their very reality as political subjects, really. However, the fall of the Assad regime is not, you know, it was just was the right. Certain actors were in the right place at the right moment, and they ended up leading the transitional authorities today. Not to mention that they used to be on, you know, they led former jihadi groups, right? And we were talking that the current transitional president of Syria today used to have a multi-million bounty on his head for being a former terrorist. This did not, you know, create any issue for the world to re-engage, and that speaks a lot about the nature of diplomacy today. And this is something that, again, the current authorities have understood very well and have instrumentalized and played on very well. And in that sense, everything that has been taking place on the political front in Syria, I would say, have been very much theatrical, a tick box exercise. I took part in the National Dialogue conference that was organized. You know, we are still, until this moment, waiting for the technical report of that National Dialogue, which was supposed to be the foundation of whatever shared roadmap for this transition is going to emerge, particularly that the transition, the change in power in Syria was a result of a military operation, not of a negotiated settlement. So we don't yet even have, you know, the results of a national dialogue. And then they came up with a constitutional declaration that is being violated almost on monthly basis by the head of state itself and the different, you know, figures in government in multiple multiple authorities. So again, a constitutional declaration that is not even respected by the transitional authorities themselves. And I can go on and on speaking about accountability mechanisms, different paths for transitional justice, whether that's for the past atrocities of the Assad regime or ongoing atrocities and human rights violations and war crimes committed by the current transitional authorities against multiple communities in Syria. However, what I would like to focus on is that this focus on the socioeconomic recovery, the reconstruction, my biggest concern with that is that it's not, again, I don't take issues with the fact that, you know, one perspective of stabilizing Syria is working on the socioeconomic recovery of people, because yes, even though this was not the root cause of the conflict in Syria, but it is one of the implications of the conflict, and the country is absolutely destroyed. We've lost a third of our housing stocks. We have had the biggest displacement crisis since World War II. Millions of Syrians are returned today to absolutely nothing. My biggest concern is that this focus on socioeconomic recovery has also been very much centered, you know, on neoliberal frames, luxurious investment, touristic projects. They are being done here and there. The very problematic reconstruction plans of the Assad regime that the entire world stood against are being recycled by the current authorities today when it comes to housing reconstruction. So even the focus on socioeconomic recovery is not being shaped in favor of the actual needs and realities of the devastated communities in Syria. And I'm not talking about minorities, and I'm not talking about the people who from a political perspective and an ideological perspective are having issue with the emerging order in Syria, but I'm talking about the people who are supposed to be the actual constituents of the current authorities, and the rhetoric that the actual authorities are, you know, using today, saying, you know, we can talk about political inclusion later. We have much more fundamental issues to look after today in terms of access to housing and livelihoods and etc. and infrastructure and electricity, but even this is not being delivered on. And again, for me, this has significant implications, and it does also have significant implications for international engagement with Syria and international policy making, particularly because it is cementing the foundations for a new authoritarian order to emerge in place. And any investment in the current situation, I would say, is an investment in a war that's yet to come, because it is not addressing the root causes of the Syrian conflict again, and it's not responding to the aspirations of the people. Syrians took to the streets because they wanted to be treated as political subjects. For the current authorities, everything is either technical or securitized. They don't consider Syrians as political subjects, and this is going to create a huge tension. And any investment in this emergent order that does not take this into consideration, I would say, is planting seeds for new violent cycles and new wars to come.
Thanks so much, Sosan. We'll, of course, get back to the issue of international engagement and how to kind of align that with the local needs. Moving back to the Ukrainian context, with the risk of repeating myself, as we've heard, European actors have been deeply engaged in supporting Ukraine militarily, economically, institutionally. Helena, how do you see the support contributing not just to resilience, but also to actually create the conditions to ultimately moving to a desirable post-conflict phase?
Okay, I will try hard not to break the planning and talk for 20 minutes instead of 5, but there are so many topics. And I think that also, building on Sosan's comment, I mean, the need for several focuses as we support Ukraine to not only win the war, but actually also win the peace after that is definitely one that's obvious. I want to just start very briefly with mentioning a bit of what is this support and talking about the different aspects, because it is multi-layered. So basically, the EU, together with its 27 member states, have up until this point, after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, supported Ukraine with 183 billion euros. almost 84 actually. So roughly this amount of money, 100 and plus, goes to civilian support, financial, economic and humanitarian, and 75 plus goes to military. And then there's some other aspects of that are proceeds from immobilized Russian assets. So these are big amounts. On the other hand, the need in Ukraine is also estimated to be 588, I think, was the latest estimation, and this is billion of US dollars that need to be spent the next coming 10 years. The Swedish support is approximately 11 billion euro, 9 of which is actually military and 2 is civilian. So I mention these numbers to also indicate how clearly this is military and civilian going hand in hand. And this is the way that the support looks like and the needs looks like in Ukraine today. Military and civilian are increasingly becoming the two different sides on the same coin, never more so than when Russia has been attacking like it's been doing the last winter, civilian infrastructure on energy installments. And here now, when we support energy installments, the issue of protection of those investments of that installation becomes immediate. There's never been a shorter step between heating and for the population and their heating needs and the need for air defense than the discussions today in Kiev. Otherwise, addition to this, so it's military and it's civilian, it's also short-term and it's long-term. After 4 years since the full-scale invention, it's really become very obvious that we need to look and work at both aspects. So the Swedish support is focused around reconstruction and EU integration. And the reconstruction, of course, it's the rebuilding of different kind of physical infrastructure, but not with the focus of those buildings, etc., but with the focus on key state services that are delivered. We're talking about education, we're talking about health, we're talking about decision-making at the local level. And then the EU integration, which is, of course, the preparedness or getting Ukraine into the EU and becoming a member. It's legislative reform, it's institutional capacity, it's policy making, and it's the follow-up of these two. And here you could also see that the reconstruction is short-term, and you could see that the EU integration is long-term, but they're much more intertwined than this. And I would see, again, going to the very hot topic of energy and heating in Ukraine. When you increase energy efficiency of both commercial buildings and accommodations, you're actually both handling the problem of lack of energy and heating, and you are complying with EU standards on energy efficiency. So here they go hand in hand. And similarly, when we are supporting the institutions, we're also supporting them both in dealing with the current situation that they're in, and then looking forward and making the preparations. So it's multifaceted, and of course it also includes different aspects of social cohesion, that the special challenges that the war has put on Ukraine, because we're talking about the external aggression, but it is also causing problems within the country and the capacity of Ukraine to deal with those. It's a lot related to justice and accountability between different groups, and that causes tensions as the resources are limited. I'll stop there, not to do the 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Helen. I mean, you do make it sound simple, but of course we'll get back to discussing lessons learned and best practices so far. Moving to you, Shams, to provide a little bit of background, we know that the EU support for Syria has long centered on humanitarian assistance, stabilization, support for basic services, whereas development aid was largely restricted during the Assad years. Of course, now with the regime's fall, those conditions have changed, and we're seeing development-oriented support channeled into the country. And this is, of course, happening while conflict dynamics and governance challenges persist. It would be interesting, therefore, to hear your view on current EU approaches to supporting the transitions, both in terms of gaps and perhaps what we're doing well. Thank you.
Well, that's going to be a different picture, despite the fact that there are many parallels with Ukraine. I took note of the numbers that my colleague, Mrs. Sancho, just shared with you. 184 billion euros from the EU and its member states to Ukraine to support Ukraine, rightfully so. The orders of magnitude are about 1% of that for Syria, if we're trying to annualize. So there might be a reason why there is such a magnitude, a sheer difference. Of course, the main one being that Russia is a systemic threat to the EU through its war of aggression on Ukraine. But what is the EU approach on Syria? I would like to suggest that we're back into my previous job. I was negotiating at the European Parliament our position as Europeans on Syria for 5 years. And of course, we have different opinions, but they're much more different on Syria than they are on Ukraine. So there is a relative unity of the EU that is much, much, much more advanced. And this really shows you the power of unity. And we are much more divided on Syria. When I say we, I mean Europeans. I'm French Egyptian myself. Let's say that we are on the table of negotiation here on the EU position towards Syria. I will have some of you, let's say around 10 governments, that are really focused on supporting the democratic transition of Syria, supporting democracy, the rule of law and human rights, gender equality, protection of minority rights, protection of freedom of expression, of conscience, etc. And but that's only a dozen member states, and it used to be many more. But this is no longer a top priority of our EU member states, which have been divesting on these long-standing EU principles of international humanitarian law and democracy, etc. And we have, let's say, 15 member states here on this table, or as MEPs representing you in the European Parliament, who don't want to discuss human rights anymore as they used to. Their top priority is, if I want to simplify, that migration is dealt with. It's a very simplistic reading in my personal view, but this is the political reality. So when I was visiting camps of Syrian refugees at the border with Syria, some MEPs coming from the current Italian government, for example, were publicly stating that their interest was to ensure on this mission that Syrians would not come to Italy. This is the only reading grid for a number of our governments. And this has implications because then their blurry approaches, quite contradictory approaches. Some of them want people to return, but they're frustrated because people are not going to return if it's not safe, if they don't have functioning schools, good teachers, functioning hospitals, good treatment. So the EU is, for example, announcing this Monday, so you know it before many, a revamp of a hospital in Homs, which is an important city in Syria, with EU funding. But it's quite technical, because on the table, we could only agree on this technical support for revamping a hospital. But there is no Marshall Plan. There is no big support for Syria's transition to be backed up by the EU, despite the EU being by far richer than Syria and than most countries in the region. So our approach is hesitant because we're seeing an inconclusive situation on the ground regarding security for people to come back to Syria. Of course, I'm saying this knowing that I think it's also quite hypocritical because Europeans are benefiting highly from Syrians working and participating to our wealth in Europe. But this is the political trend of our time now, the simplistic rhetoric. And the other approach is human rights. And yes, the human rights situation is not good. There is no such thing as democracy in Syria today. So this leads to frustration and really taking a step back for most Europeans. So we have less influence. And I don't know if I have still a minute. You talked about the gaps. What are the gaps? Gaps between what and what? Let's say between, if I am free to choose what that meant, our vision as Europeans and what we're actually doing. So let's say that this side of the room is the vision, what's on paper. Europe wants a prosperous, stable, law-abiding, human rights-friendly, international law-abiding Syria. What is reality? And there's a huge gap between those two realities. Evidently, on the economic side of things, we promise prosperity, we've lifted sanctions, but we're not very generous in reality. We're only giving a few technical support, a few hundred millions of euros. It's not much. The best development tool that Europe has is enlargement, is promising equal treatment to some member states like we did for Poland or for Romania or hopefully in the future for Ukraine. This is an equal partnership that really leads to development, economic development. The EU did not do that for the Arab Spring countries and is not doing this for Syria. But that's very important because our biggest tool is money, economic integration. The EU's soft power is trade. It is economic power. It is not military power, which leads to my second point. Stability, security on paper, that's what we want. In reality, the EU doesn't have the tools. We don't have a European army. We've done a lot thanks to, or because of, but due to the Russian aggression. We are better than before, but we're still far behind. And with nationalistic agendas rising inside the EU, it is becoming even more complex to share our sovereignty, to be sovereign together as Europeans. So security-wise, we're still irrelevant on our doorstep, while we are facing the consequences of instability in the Middle East much more than the US. And thirdly and lastly, there's the human rights crowd that wants to say, we want stability, but we also want human rights. We want gender equality. We want even LGBTQI plus communities to feel safe in Syria. All of that list of progressive requests that the EU had been defending officially for many years is in shambles for two reasons. The first one is very obvious, that the situation in Syria remains very concerning. But the other one is new, that the credibility of the EU is now shattered because of the genocide in Gaza and our continuing support for the Israeli government that has launched like 600 airstrikes on Syria. And that is really a daunting challenge. We have about 8 member states in the EU, including Italy, which are blocking very mild, moderate sanctions on our cooperation with the Israeli government to send a strong political message that we should deal with international humanitarian law in Ukraine the same way as we deal with it in the occupied Palestinian territories. So these make our positions as Europeans much less effective. We're losing ground. We're divesting deliberately or not, but we are.
Thanks so much for that, Shams. And I think that's an excellent segue to the last round of questions from my end before we open up for a question round, of course, with the audience. And that is what is required from local and international stakeholders to ensure peace and sustainable development. Let me also put this question a little bit more direct to each and every one of you. If I can start with you, Slava. If you had to identify just one shift by local actors and international actors that is necessary in the next 1 to 2 years to actually move closer to that desirable end of the war, what would it be?
I have a simple and brief answer, but I will put it in an indirect way. I have a historical hero, my personal role model in a kind, who is Jan Karski. I think you are aware with the name. It was a Polish underground officer during the World War II who was brave enough to go to the concentration camps with the Jews and who was lucky enough to escape. He was probably one of the first or the first person to tell about Holocaust to the world. And he was able to reach US President Roosevelt, and he had a conversation with him. He told about terrible things he had seen. And the Roosevelt's answer was, I have heard this from Jan Karski's tape. He tells this story himself, so I have heard this tape for dozens of times. I heard the voice of Karski. He cited Roosevelt's answer. We shall win this war. Democracy and justice will prevail. The guilty ones will be punished for their crimes. This answer sounds as an optimistic one, but it isn't. In this very situation, it means that nobody will do anything with the ongoing extermination till the end of the war. The victory in the war is the priority, and then it will be time for justice. I'm not pretend to be Jan Karski, but I have seen things. I have witnessed exhumation of bodies of civilians who were executed in Bucha 2 days after the liberation of the town. I have interviewed those who survived after the tortures under the occupation, dozens of them. I have seen things not because of my work on documentation of the war crimes, but just because I live in Kiev. I have seen how the Shahed drone hits the residential building in the distance of this world behind me, in front of me. And I have seen a woman burned alive. I was dazed by the blast myself. And just because I live in Kiev, I don't want to compare on the Russian atrocities with the Holocaust scope. But what I want to say, I believe it is a huge mistake to think that the time of justice will be after. I guess the request for accountability, request for justice should be answered now. What the European governments try to do right now is to establish the ad hoc special tribunal on the crime of aggression. It is a precedent. The only case where the crime of aggression was addressed in a proper way was the Nuremberg Tribunal. What the European countries, together with Ukraine, trying to establish today is a very ambitious task. But I believe that without justice, there will be no resolution of the war. Of course, the accountability is the best way for prevention. So, talking from the peace-building perspective, this tribunal and the accountability for war crimes which were result or consequences of the Russian aggression is the key issue. An international society and we in Ukraine are to move in a perspective of nearest years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Slava. Sausan, moving to you, and I think you started to alluding to that already in your former intervention. Where do you see some of the entry points for international stakeholders to work with Syrian stakeholders to stabilize the country, but also make sure that we don't see the eruption of another civil war down the line?
Thank you, Maria. I have a list of points that I thought about to answer this question, but I was also inspired by your answer, Slava, talking about accountability. In 2023, when I was leading Madaniya, the Syrian Civil Society Network, we organized a visit for the Syrian civil society to Kiev to explore with our colleagues in the Ukrainian civil society shared avenues for justice and accountability, given that we had a very shared enemy in common, and that's Russia. And we visited Bucha, and we visited the relocated Mariupol hospital. And now hearing you speaking about this, it again brings back all the memories of, you know, the fact that what we're dealing with in Syria today, and the lay of the ground for the current political transition has been really paved by blood of hundreds of thousands of Syrians. And accountability was a big concern for us. And we as Syrians, we had to go about this alone without a legitimate government that can facilitate our access to the international, you know, decision-making platforms, etc. So we had to be very innovative in exploring how do we make use of universal jurisdiction and what the international peacebuilding and human rights architecture has to offer in that place: Security Council, International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice, etc. And we tried to make alliance with the Ukrainian civil society so that we can pursue these paths together. We supposedly have a transitional government in place today that we can, you know, work with in that pursuit, and that is the utmost priority, not only for the crimes that were committed during the Assad regime, but also for us as civil society actors and as Syrians more generally. It's also for the crimes that are in the making today, when there is supposedly a legitimate government in place that is, you know, taking care of the transitional phase. And unfortunately, my biggest concern is that accountability seems to be sidelined today, sidelined also from the perspective of or the efforts of international actors, in the sense that there is this huge rush towards, you know, supporting the technical side, as Shams was saying, for socioeconomic recovery at the expense of issues of making sure that there is a political order that would protect accountability, human rights, etc. Where are the checks and balances in how we rebuild the state institution? And this is very fundamental, because for me, impunity is not about the past. I mean, impunity shapes the future, and the fact that Putin got away with what he did in Syria made all the way for him to make what he was doing in Ukraine and God knows where else. But not only Putin. I mean, Assad and Putin are setting an example and a role model for many dictators around the world. And I'm afraid that this lack of impunity might also set, you know, it shapes the new dictatorship that might be in the making in Syria today, in the pretext of, you know, we need to support socioeconomic, and then speaking to the international community on the responsibility to support the recovery in Syria by sidelining accountability and human rights and the very foundations for rebuilding state institutions that would ensure that no such crimes can be done again. So maybe to summarize, and to touch again about the points that I thought about earlier, I would say the main thing is for international actors and allies, is to acknowledge that what we lack in Syria isn't funding and is not technical expertise. What we lack in Syria is a shared political vision. There is no roadmap that people can then subscribe to. There is no unifying social contract that brings the new transitional authorities with Syrians, so that Syrians inside the country, in diaspora, can then mobilize themselves and their resources and their technical expertise to actually invest in rebuilding the state. And the rush for the international actors to then support this process of recovery without actually being mindful of what's lacking in here, which is this social contract, again, I would warn, can be an investment in new cycles of violence. I mean, to your point, Shams, you said during the Assad regime, there was a big political conditionality on reconstruction money to Syria. And we as civil society actors and the Syrian activists have, fought so hard to say the political conditionality is actually creating a lot of dangerous patterns because it has locked the country into a humanitarian, a place in terms of assistance for over a decade. And at the same time, even sanctions, they were not necessarily an effective pressure tool because the political elite and the crony capitalists in Syria have found very innovative ways to navigate these sanctions regimes. But it was the ordinary people who really had to carry the burden of that. We have always advocated for a human rights conditionality, not a political conditionality, one that actually can scale up humanitarian aid towards more development and recovery aid if the conditions to respect human rights are in place in whatever locality, and then we can work our way up, incrementally. I would still say the same thing applies to Syria today in post-Assad. I'm not in any way advocating for a conditionality here. I'm not in any way advocating for reinforcing sanctions. I'm saying there needs to be some sort of human rights incentives that are put in place when engaging with the transitional authorities so that we don't completely overshadow the need to create what takes to rebuild state institutions and not just to stabilize, the situation as is with all the boiling dynamics under the surface. And again, I don't want to get into the details of the two very violent cycles of violence that took place in at least two big regions in Syria. But this is the reality of at least two big communities inside Syria today. And if we're not making sure that a legitimate and an inclusive political order is in place and that, the work and the support of the international actors is working towards that, then we're risking that this will explode at any moment.
Thanks so much for that, Sausan. I now have a shared question to both Helena and to Shams, of course, as external actors that are, have engaged or are currently engaged in support efforts for those two contexts. The question is, are there lessons to be drawn from the case of Ukraine and from Syria in terms of how we actually contribute to ending wars, how we move societies into sustainable peace? But also, of course, listening to your peers today, I mean, are you hearing anything, practices, lessons learned that could be applicable to the other context or perhaps to other geographical conflicts, contexts that we see in the world today? Helena, I'll start with you.
I should pressure here. There are so many issues going on at the same time, isn't there? I think that there are maybe one lessons learned, and I'll think about putting this clearly. Of course, the aggression against Ukraine actually didn't start in 22. It started in 14. It started when the Ukrainian population was denied its future, that it had shown very clearly it wanted to go towards the EU. So this is, the initiation of all of that. And this has maintained the focus on a future as an EU member, gives, I think, the vision of not just the support that we as a member state can stand behind, but also for where the country is heading towards. And I think that perhaps is an important aspect and a difference in this. I mean, I don't want to take away from the fact Ukraine is fighting for its life today. It's an existential war. There are tremendous suffering. It is not a war that is about trade policy. I'm not taking away from that, but having that kind of vision gives the support, a structure, and also, I think, society in Ukraine a joint goal to head towards. So there is a lesson in that. At the same time, also, I have to say that our support to any kind of EU accession country and part of the support to Ukraine actually follows that same line. Part of it is, for example, conditioned. There is certain access to certain funds once Ukraine goes through certain reforms, justice sector reform, etc. And those are also a bit in conflict with it, or just it's very difficult to carry out EU accession when you're at war. And it's also something that the EU have to accept. And that's why there's an ongoing dialogue in relation to that. So that's one aspect of it. I also wanted to bring up another aspect, and that's the bottom-up work, or the bottom-up forces in Ukraine. The work that's been done at the local level is really one that has been key, both of fighting the war, especially about limiting the human suffering. And I think it's also going to be key for Ukraine as it goes forward. There's been a tremendous capacity of different actors, everything from civil society and local decision makers, but also individuals, just teachers, doctors, that has stepped up, solved problems, immediate humanitarian problems, but also continues to doing this as the everyday needs are great challenges. And I think that this was also, you could see that Ukraine had gone through a decentralization process. They had elections on the local level in 21. So there was a trust already in those institutions or in those structures. And I think that this work that they have carried out, the way they have managed to solve and are keep being the kind of the key of the resilience in the Ukrainian society, also create trusts. And that trust in itself is going to be what makes it easier for Ukraine to move forward. Stop there.
Shams, please.
Lessons learned for the EU on Syria. That's a very tough one, because as I worked as a political analyst on Syria before, during the Arab Spring, Syria was the harshest lesson I had ever had. As an idealist, as I was, having studied international law and human rights in university, I then faced the horrible reality of repression at the worst levels. I had never thought that I would see such things that I had studied in my textbooks from World War II in reality live through social media and through meeting with people fleeing the terror. And it really was a humbling experience, in a bad sense, that I felt powerless. I left my NGO feeling powerless and came back to Europe thinking that part of myself, of my idealism, was gone. So Syria was incredibly humbling in its reality that regardless of what Europeans were discussing, targeted sanctions, around 200 individuals and companies under EU sanctions, Syria was supported militarily very, very heavily by Iran, by Hezbollah, and by Russia, amongst others. And the fact that we were not ready to engage was obviously an obstacle. The fact that the Syrians themselves were heavily divided over calling for foreign interference was also a sheer obstacle. But I think we should be proud as Europeans that we stood by our values, because in the end, we were right to stand by and to refuse to normalize relations with the Assad regime after 500,000 dead. The Italian ambassador, actually, just before the fall of the Assad regime, was engaging so actively to try to normalize relations with the Assad regime and therefore lift a lot of EU sanctions that targeted specific generals, specific butchers in Syria who had been responsible for the killing of dozens of thousands of civilians, of women and men, young people, old people, just because they had a different political vision for Syria. And thank God the regime fell, and we saved our honor as Europeans, but we tend to now not look at what we, at the good side as humans. We always look at the downside. Well, this time I can tell you, I'm proud of the fact that we kept the fight against impunity as our top priority because everyone else had given up. Arab states in the region who had called for Assad to go gave up and normalized relations with the Assad regime. Forget everything they said before on protecting human rights and unacceptable repression. But the EU didn't. The EU supported the UN mechanisms to document and archive and protect evidence of crimes against humanity, which are going to, in the future, hopefully, be used to prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes in the name of international law and our values. So when we stood by our values, we were meaningful. We were the only voice in the world, actually, because some US administrations tended to be more ambivalent, but at least Western democracies meant something as Western democracies when they stood on the side of human rights, despite not being able to affect on the ground. The rest is quite dark. It's humbling, so the lesson is that it's a humbling lesson economically, that we are the major economic superpower of the region, and yet the fact that we wanted to lift sanctions after the fall of the Assad regime was irrelevant because we're in a US dollar system. So as long as the US did not lift its extraterritorial sanctions, the Caesar Act, our lifting of sanctions was pointless. So we need more economic union, even more. It's also humbling for a number of conservative parties in power in Europe who were quite simplistic in their engagement with Syria, refusing to engage with conservative voices in Syria because they were Islamist leaning, while failing to be pragmatic enough to try to influence. And if you influence proactively some people, you talk to these people, you recognize that they exist, you talk to them, you will influence them more. But we were drifting towards a more simplistic, populistic EU approach. For example, we were so contradicting ourselves also as Westerners, not just as Europeans. The US State Department had a strong divergence of opinion with the US Defense Department on how to treat the current government in Syria. Back then, it used to control only a small part of Syria, and the US State Department had a very nuanced analytical vision that said, we are not going to put them on a terrorist list, we're going to work with them because they don't pose the same threat as the Assad regime. At least they let some journalists work, they let some human rights workers work. Let's engage, even though we disagree with them. While the Defense Department was more simplistic in its approach, saying, oh, but there are some links with Al-Qaeda at some point in their history, so let's consider them a terrorist organization, full stop. And you had such contradictions also within Europeans, but the more populistic our governments become, the less nuanced they are, and the less we're going to engage with different parties. I'm not saying we should engage candidly with the Russian authorities. I have enough of that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that on the Syrian front, this is also a humbling lesson that had we influenced Ahmed al-Shara, the current president, in more pragmatically, maybe we would have had also more influence in the long term. Ukrainians were very pragmatic and had a very strong partnership with the Syrian rebels to fight against Russia, training the Syrian rebels against Russian practices. So it's humbling for Europeans once again. And last but not least, it's also humbling on the military side to see that Europe wants a strong Syria with law and order being implementable, but the Syrian army was targeted by over 600 Israeli airstrikes in the past year and a half, really dangerously weakening the state's capacity to do much. regarding security. And this goes against the EU's security interest. But we were not united yet again to raise our voice on this strategic military and trade partner of ours. So that's also a humbling lesson that we need to be more humble and work together to try to influence our neighborhood urgently.
Thanks so much for that, Shams. So with that, we have about 20 minutes approximately for questions. If I could just ask you to briefly present yourself, and if you're directing your question to a particular panelist, we'll take perhaps 3 questions at a time.
Hello, thank you so much for this incredible conversation. My name is Laura Lamberti, and I work across international security and youth advocacy across different fields. So my question is to Shams and Sausan, particularly to Shams. Where does the short circuit happen? Meaning, the points raised by Sausan and the analysis of civil society organizations that know the context, that are also in the context about how the situation is and how it will evolve in the long run because of the elements that are not there. Where does it end up in the internal EU member states, conversations and negotiation on a shared position regarding how to engage with the transitional government? And how does that then translate from internal negotiation on a shared position to then upholding that position also in the aftermath of massacres like the Coast in Sueda? Like, where does that go, these analyses? Also, because if we choose to look at it from the transactional lens and from the purely EU interest lens, even that, in the long run, it's myopic, because as we've been saying, and all of you have been saying, it will backfire. So is it a matter of like the short circuit happens because we think in the short term? Is it a lack of trust in this analysis and in this assessment? Where does that happen? And then also, where can youth-led civil society organizations that are transnational and regional in nature and have the privilege of being listened to in EU institutional spaces, where should we target our advocacy for like policy change? Clearly, if a lot more established civil society organizations can't get these points across, I don't think that we necessarily can, but we can try. And which is the level that we should target when we try to make a way forward with our policy conversations? Thank you so much.
Let's take we'll take a couple more questions.
Hi, hello. Irena Dantimo here. I'm a PhD student in the University of Macerata. I'm currently my first year for the program in politics, society, and technology. First of all, thank you, everyone, for sharing both your expertise and personal experience. I really could feel the emotion in your words and your gesture. I found everything very, very enlightening. And I have this question. I really hope you won't find it too naive, but there was a word that really made me think, that was accountability. Until now, I have been taught that usually the best accountability you can have is when the party is actually committing openly or less openly to it. And especially because there have been points touching on the fact that there is lacking of political will, or also maybe economical will, if we want. How can we find ways to foster parties and attackers, specifically in those cases, to reach more commitment and more will to be accountable? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Moritz Steffens. I'm a peacebuilding practitioner. Thank you so much for this amazing panel. My question would be to Sazan directly. And I would like to create the bridge maybe also to the keynote speaker. So Oliver Richmond said that policy actors are mostly responsible for peace, but they are working in conservative institutions and are also oftentimes the obstacles for creating more transformative reforms towards sustainable peace. Now in Syria, after the fall of the Assad regime, a lot of civil society members actually transitioned into the government. Most prominently, Hind Kabawat is the Minister of Social Affairs, but also on the local level, regional level. I was wondering, do you think that this transition has a positive effect on the inclusiveness and innovation in Syria's transition, or does it stay without huge effects? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll let our panelists respond to the first round, and then we'll have time, I think, for a second round. Shams or Sausan, I believe.
Thank you very much for the very good and critical questions. Perhaps I'll start from the last one because it's a nice way of addressing the first two as well. But indeed, there has been some sort of inclusion of individual figures from the civil society into the current authorities. Again, in Madaniya, the organization that I was leading, we have, I can't say lost, but we have more than 4 board members who've transitioned to critical positions in the government. Syria's permanent representative in the UN at the Security Council used to be a board member. He was actually the one who organized our visit to Kiev so that we can pursue shared accountability between Syria and Ukraine. A great colleague who's now our representative in Security Council. Hind Kabawat led a member organization in Madaniya, is now our Minister of Social Affairs. Ra'ad al-Saleh, a former board member, is now the Minister for Disaster and Emergencies. And we have 2 others who are advising our foreign minister and managing directorates within the foreign ministry. And again, you can go on the local level. And so these are great gestures. My main issue with these acts of inclusion is that they are done on the individual level. The current authorities did not acknowledge civil society, who filled a huge gap throughout the past 14 years, not only in responding to humanitarian needs, but also in shaping decision-making related to Syria on the international level, in multiple policy-making spaces, on multiple levels related to accountability policies on so many fronts. They were not acknowledged as a legitimate actor, also a political actor, and I don't want to go into this very big debate on, the political role of civil society, but I'm a big advocate of politicizing the work of civil society, particularly in restricted contexts where there is no active political life, there are no parties. Syria significantly had suffered this after, half a century of the Ba'ath controlling the state and the public life. There are no political life, simply. So civil society have actually had to fill in this role and assume some of the political roles. And when the time was right for them to shape this, they were not acknowledged. On the contrary, selective individuals have been, chosen to fill in, yes, senior roles in some extent, but to what extent do they have the space to shape decisions and to actually influence the ideology? Those great colleagues of mine argue that they do have the space, perhaps through very tiny steps, incremental steps. But again, for me, the fact that so far we lack a social contract, even just a little bit of ملامح شو ملامح بالإنجليزي the features, a little bit of the features of a potential social contract is actually missing, and this is what creates this lack of trust, and trust has been a huge factor. So again, this is actually a very good example of how the current authorities are trying to tick some of the boxes to say that we do have checks and balances when they're speaking to the international community to rehabilitate and create the legitimacy around themselves. But for me, these are still, cosmetic theatrical elements. And I think this leads to answering your question, Lara, because unfortunately, what I say, although perhaps the hearts of many of the European member states are in the right place, they don't lack this shared reading of the situation, but they haven't been pushing enough and creating the right incentives to implement or to see that these values are translating into actions in one way or another. And again, and I'll leave this maybe to you, Shams, to elaborate on, but there are different interests and stakes for the individual member states when it comes to Syria. And while maybe the EU as an entity is trying to create this unified position, the bilateral relations has also been very much focused on the individual stakes and interests of individual member states, particularly issues of refugees and refugees' return, but also, concerns with Turkey, for example, when it comes to Cyprus and Greece, etc. Turkey is a huge geopolitical actor in the Syrian file, and so again, it used to be a proxy war. Now it's a kind of a proxy sphere of decision making because the interests of Turkey are playing in the position of the current authorities, and then different member states are also having their conversations with Turkey through how they're engaging with Syria. So there is this in the making. And for accountability, I would say the Syrian civil society have tried, they've went above and beyond in being creative in utilizing universal jurisdiction, etc., when there was no legitimate government in place to represent them. Lots of this, can still be pursued today. Russia is giving refuge to Assad and his family. And while I don't necessarily trust our current judicial system to pursue social justice and accountability in Syria, because again, it's not made to deal with war crimes and crimes against humanity, which the Assad regime needs to be brought to justice for. We don't have the infrastructure to deal with this. So perhaps working around this is of shared interest, and it would at the same time send a very strong message to the current authorities that impunity is not an option, and it is not just a matter of forgetting the past. We say in Arabic, swipe everything under the carpet and then put a nice table and 2 chairs around it and move on. So actions have consequences, and impunity shapes the future, and this is where things can move perhaps a bit in the better direction.
Thank you. In the interest of time, Shams, if you want to just add, if you have any comments on this.
I will restrain my answers to Laura's question. What is the shortcut that is happening in the EU, in Brussels, that would explain our issues, our problems regarding Syria or regarding Ukraine? Imagine that you are in a car and that you've had several car accidents, but the car is still driving. And there are only 2 or 3 wheels, not 4. The rear mirror doesn't work, it's broken. One of them, the other one is blurry. The air conditioning doesn't work, and you have a really stinky alcoholic passenger on your right side singing nationalistic songs. And you're supposed to focus and not run over pedestrians and make it to wherever you want to go. And you kind of forgot where you were going anyway. These accidents have been caused by, I would say, right-wing populism. Brexit was one of them. I worked for the leader of the Remain campaign in Scotland. It was insane how populism worked so quickly. Also then war from Russia. A different threat from outside, and another internal threat if we speak as Western democracies, which is also Donald Trump. He's a center power, has also weakened our alliance to levels unseen since the end of World War II. These are serious car accidents, so the car is still driving, but it's barely driving. That means less focus on our direct neighborhood, on the southern neighborhood. The European Parliament is barely thinking about translating its resolutions to the Arabic language when discussing about the Arabic world, Arabic-speaking world. The EAS has like one spokesperson that speaks Arabic on behalf of the EAS, and it's new for the past 6-7 years. The Commission has rejigged its portfolio so that the EU High Representative, Kaja Kallas, who is outstanding on Ukraine, doesn't have to focus on the GCC, on the Middle East. So she's given that portfolio as a downgrading to the commissioner in charge of the European neighborhood policy, Mrs. Suica, who's former mayor of Dubrovnik and just extremely pro-Israeli, but she has no other vision. So we're really downgrading our vision, our reading, and our experienced diplomats are not listened to at the high level of decision making. That's my simplified assumption. And on your last question, how can the youth weigh into that? First off, remember that the youth is very divided. The biggest, I'm French myself, the biggest party that gets the most support from youth right now is the French far right. I would not be surprised if Fratelli d'Italia was also the biggest recipient of young voice. I might be wrong, but youth is also facing this crisis within. Second, you are also very influential in keeping up the pressure on a number of political parties and governments. So a lot of things are actually effective in keeping the pressure. In France, the Socialist Party, the Green Party, finally acknowledged that there was a genocide going on in Gaza last April, a year ago. This was because of public pressure for a whole year. And so just don't give up. That's the main advice. Try to disrupt, but also talk to your neighbors who might be older than you or your former classmates who might be struggling economically so that you can build resilience. It's really hard work, but that's the only way, I think.
Okay, I think we have time for a quick second and last question round. Would you like to? Yes, yeah, of course. Sorry.
I wanted to also address the question of accountability and the fact that a good process of accountability needs access and acceptance from the other side, from both sides in the conflict. And I would say yes, ideally, the result becomes so much better. And we have a tremendous problem when it comes to the crimes committed against Ukraine, that we don't have access. We don't not only have access to the perpetrators, we don't have access to their information, the data, the reasons why different things have been done. And most importantly of all, we do not have access to all the victims. We do not have access to those people that are in territories that are currently being occupied by Russia, not at least to talk about the illegally deported and forcibly transferred children, I mean the kidnapped children. So it is a tremendous problem. But accountability, however, you can work on it on different levels. And I would say I would break it down to the different kind of rights that are normally related to transitional justice. I mean, the right to justice, the right to reparation, the right to truth, and the securities of non-recurrence. And you can work on these. You can establish, you can go as far as you want, or as far as you can. You can do it both internally. I mean, the Ukrainian government is working a lot, but we also have a responsibility as the international community. And of course, when you compare it to the situation of Syria, perhaps the EU seems to stand united, but we have not stood united in relation to Ukraine. And it's just recently, with the change of a government in Hungary, that we have come over the greatest obstacle, which was, of course, the veto just against the loan that had already been decided on, but then, of course, also the membership. So. And I think that related to that, it's also a question of the decision-making, the dependency for the long time of Russian gas and Russian energy. So it has been a long road to get there. But there are still advances, and of course, it's not a yes or no question.
Thanks for that addition, Helena. Perhaps if I saw a hand over there, and then two hands, and then we can wrap up if that's okay with the organizers.
Thank you. This is Martina Pignatti of the Italian Ethical Bank. which is the bank that is excluding any kind of investment or service to the military industry. And I just wanted to bring, referring to Ukraine, bring back the economic equation to our analysis, because that's, of course, part of the decision whether to continue or at some point end the war. And so all the investments, all the loans that are nurturing the war economy are also producing infrastructure, a massive economic public debt and deficit for Ukraine that will make it difficult to imagine a sustainable peace for the Ukrainian people afterwards. So I was reading that the estimate of the cost of reconstruction for the next decade is more than $590 billion. And this will increase if the war increases. And there is a concrete danger of seeing the Ukrainian economy degrade its capacity to provide for the well-being of the Ukrainian people in the future. At the same time, thinking of the collapse of the Russian economy is not realistic, and it's not something we should wish for, because it just reminds me of very dangerous plans to destroy the economy of Germany in Europe after World War I. It didn't go very well then afterwards for Europe. And while I may see that divesting from the Israeli economy may produce some incentives for Israeli government to change maybe at some point their conduct, I don't see any of that for a huge economy like the Russian one. So I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about the calculations that are being done on the cost of war for Ukraine? Thank you.
We have a last question over there.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the speakers and the moderator. My name is Assam. I'm from Iraq. I'm an environmental and civil society activist. I have one question to my friend from Ukraine. You mentioned that first of all, you have to win the war and then you seek for peace. And you ask for the destruction of the regime in Russia. And my question is maybe out of the context of this conference. What do you think if this question was asked by Palestinian for destruction of Israel against what's happening to the Palestinians now? And according to my poor knowledge, Ukraine didn't accept that the expression of genocide against Palestinians to be publicly addressed in their speeches, especially the President Zelensky himself. And do you think this is fair to ask for an acceptance of genocide against the Ukrainians rather than to accept for Palestinians to be addressed in their speeches? Thank you.
I'll try to be brief, and I begin with the last question. I haven't asked for destruction of Russia. I've asked for destruction of Russian economy, which made its capacity to provide the war of aggression because of Russia's economic cooperation with Europe and because of European dependence on Russia's gas and oil. I wish I have other ways to end this war, but I don't see them. And yes, about the Palestinian issue, I don't I cannot be responsible for our governmental decisions. From the human rights of perspective, of course, the issue of horrible war in Gaza is clear. From the point of view of international law, the issue of occupied territories is clear. So it is not something which we should take like a position. But of course, the practical reasons for our government are more important for now. I guess they made a mistake with their relationship with the Israeli government, but that's a kind of attempt to be realistic from our government. Okay, but to trying to put together your questions about our attitude to the end of the war, to the cost of the war, to the future of the Russian Federation. By the way, I am a citizen of the Russian Federation. I live in Ukraine for last 20 years, but I don't have Ukrainian citizenship. I'm still a citizen of the Russian Federation. So it is my perspective of the futures of the Russian Federation. It is unrealistic and useless now try to count the cost of the war. It will change in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years. So it is not time for the, I don't know, great reconstruction, because it is time for destruction still. It is a reality we live in. And I understand that for Europe, for all over the world, it will be much more easy and much more cheaper if Ukrainians choose to not to struggle, but we choose to live. We choose to fight back. I understand it is not so easy to deal with us if we choose not to die, but it is what we did, and we have these consequences of what we did and what we do. Europe also deals with consequences of our choice. Probably Europe prefer not to, but it is the reality where we are. So this war will cost more, and not in money only, but for Europe in money only. So I guess it is not the worst position to talk about the future of the Russian Federation and the future of Ukrainian reconstruction, but still the war is ongoing. It's Ukraine pays for human lives, cost of the war, and it will continue it till this war will be ended, and it doesn't seem to be ended by the diplomacy or some even economic pressure. It will be ended by the military efforts, so it will cost more for all of us.
Thank you. Helena, please, and particularly I think on the issue of the economic cost and how Sweden is navigating that as well.
I would actually not agree with you. I don't think it's about economy in the end. It's not that economy isn't tremendously important, but it's so difficult to calculate, because what kind of economic consequences are we talking about? Yes, the costs for the war and the costs for reconstruction are tremendously high, and there is a very big risk that Ukraine will be in debt that will crumble its capacity to function as a state. Not at least if you look at the risk that it will have to spend a lot of money on defense as it moves forward, which would, limit its possibilities. But on the other hand, for us, and in this sense, Sweden, finds itself working closer and closer with these Nordic-Baltic alliances. And of course, this is not without reasons that these are the countries that are close to Russia. Because if the consequences of that Ukraine does not win the war, then what happens, and what are those consequences going to be on the economy of the EU if we would have a larger scale invasion even yet? of Ukraine or even an attack on a Baltic country? What would the chaos, the economic chaos that would cause? So in that sense, it's really like, I think that we can't really calculate those amounts, and therefore we feel the need. And I mean, the support to Ukraine is actually, and the Swedish government says this time and time again, it's the number one, number two, and number three priority of our foreign policy. And it's not only the Swedish current government that feels that, but it's also actually shared very strongly by the Swedish population.
So, Shams, before we wrap up, any additions, final remarks?
I wanted to say that there's another cost of war, which is that we might lose ourselves in war if we don't stick to our values. Of course, the military effort that is required from EU member states is very important, and this increases pressure on other public priorities like investing in health or education. But if we do not engage militarily with the Russian threat, then we also have a cost to our own self-perception that we will just be, talkers, but not actual serious Europeans who are really together to fight against psychopath sending his entire army against our neighbors. So this is a non-material cost. And I just wanted to add on the cost that the EU could impact on the Israeli occupation. Oftentimes I think that it's important to remind ourselves of the numbers. Israel is 0.8% of EU trade. It's our 37th, I think, trade partner. And yet we have not taken any economic sanction. It's not even about sanctions. We're currently giving custom-free access to the free market. So we're giving €250 million in tax-free duties to Israeli exporters as we speak. And we're actively investing not only in AI, which is dual use, which has been used in Gaza massively, but we're also investing in its arms military infrastructure to this day. Germany suspended it for 3 months and then restored it. So we're not learning the lessons, and we keep on fueling conflict and this feeling of full powerfulness of the current Israeli authorities and the current Israeli establishment, apart from a minority. So we are also accountable economically to advance our might and implement our values, including Article 2 of the Association Agreement between the EU and Israel that says that if human rights and international law are violated clearly on and on again, then the Association Agreement should be suspended. So that was just to answer on, are we doing enough regarding economic sanctions to this state? On the contrary, we're still investing in it and giving it privileges economically.
All right, with that, I want to say thank you so much for your engagement, for the good questions, and to the panelists, of course.
Many thanks indeed to Maria Chalhoub and all the speakers. We are now breaking for lunch for 1 hour. Feel free to stay here at the bar of the university or walk around here in the surroundings. Enjoy your lunch. Keep an eye on the time because we are resuming at 2 o'clock in around 1 hour. And please don't leave your valuables unattended in the room. So keep an eye on your things as well. Thank you. See you in 1 hour at 2 o'clock. Hello. Welcome back. We are resuming the works quite on time. It's a pleasure to start the new panel, the first panel of the afternoon, which will last 90 minutes between the interventions of the speakers and the Q&A session. I introduce the chair of the panel, who is our colleague, senior advisor and member of the steering committee of the Agency for Peacebuilding, Huma Said. She's a doctor, Huma Said. She's a senior transitional justice fellow at City University of New York, a senior advisor at Madre, a global women's rights organization. Her research focuses on transitional justice and economic state crime. She has published widely in academic journals and books on transitional justice, economic state crime, gender justice, and victims' empowerment. I leave you the honor also to introduce our speakers of this afternoon, as well to manage the Q&A session. So, Huma, thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Good afternoon. Buongiorno. It is my honor and pleasure to have the role to moderate this panel. I would like to start by a few words by way of opening the discussion in the panel, which is indeed on winning the peace, how to build sustainable peace. Winning the peace requires far more than ending violence, some of what we also heard in the earlier panels. It demands building inclusive, just, and resilient societies where grievances are addressed and rights are protected. Too often, even when a peace deal is reached, it fails to endure or translate into positive, lasting peace. Sustainable peace demands on accountable institutions, rule of law, meaningful participation, especially of women and affected communities, and long-term investment of justice, reconciliation, development. It also requires confronting the root causes of conflict, from inequality to exclusion to impunity, and ensuring that peace processes do not simply silence conflict, but that actually transform the conditions that give rise to it. I think the earlier session is a good sort of transition to this discussion, where the focus is would be a little bit maybe more thematic. Of course, our panelists, based on their area of expertise and experience, they would also refer to the specific context that they've worked on. But we will keep it a little bit more around the theme of how to maintain peace, how to make peace last, because some of the words that I said, I mean, they may sound somewhat easier on paper, but of course in practice, this is always a very, very challenging field, and we will be hearing from the panelists. So I would like to introduce our panelists, and then each panelist will get to address 2 questions. We would do 2 rounds of questions. You will have 7 minutes per question, about 7 minutes. And then we hope to have enough time for some questions and answers, for comments from the audience. I would like to start with from the last on my right, Ben Atchison is an independent expert specializing in engagement with non-armed groups and peace process design. He has led outreach and confidence-building efforts with insurgent actors, including supporting EU and NATO engagement with the Taliban, and played a key role in facilitating negotiations between the Afghan government and Hizb Islami, which is a notorious warlord party, political and warlord-led party. Beyond Afghanistan, Ben has also worked on other contexts such as Northern Ireland and Colombia, Cyprus, as well as Western Balkans. He has trained women negotiators in Iraq and advised on counterterrorism and environmental conflict issues in Central Asia. He's also the author of a book called Pashtun Tribes in Afghanistan, which was published in 2023. Then I would like to, well, I would go with the order of how the panelists are sitting, and I started with Ben. So we have Paula here. Paula Ottomano is a practitioner with experience across continents, including Latin America, Asia, and Africa. She currently works as a project manager in the Sub-Saharan African unit at Berghoff Foundation, where she works on conflict transformation initiative. Prior to this, she was part of the Philippine program of Forum ZFD, focusing on natural resource conflict and supporting indigenous peoples organizations, as well as facilitating dialogue platforms linked to peace processes. Paula holds degrees in international law from the University of Pisa and masters in community mediation from the Catholic University of Milan, and she's currently based between Berlin and South Tyrol. And last but not least, I'm happy to introduce Agnes Pareillo, who is here all the way from Kenya. Agnes is a Kenyan politician, currently serving as a member of parliament, and she is a renowned women's rights activist, widely recognized for her decades-long work to end female genital mutilation and advance the rights of women and girls. A survivor of female genital mutilation herself, she founded an organization which provides safety, education, and advocacy for girls at risk. She has played a key role in grassroots mobilization, community dialogue, and policy advocacy, contributing to national and international efforts to eliminate harmful practices. And her work bridges very much the community-based activism and political leadership to the current role as a member of parliament, making her a prominent voice on gender justice and social transformation. I wanted to take some time to introduce our panelists with a little bit, with some more detail about the kind of work they've done, because I think it's important that we have this background when we hear from the panelists. And I would like to start with a question for you, Ben. Given your experience working across mediation and policy spaces, how do you see the gap between formal peace processes and on-the-ground realities? I mean, keeping the main discussion here in mind, how to keep peace, and, or in another word, as it is referred in academia, a positive peace. How do we bridge this gap? And what practical steps can be taken to do this, to make peace agreements more durable? I hope, and I also want to make a general comment, I mean, to you and all other panelists, because I don't have a question where I would ask you specifically for lessons learned, but please do refer in your answers to, you know, those aspects as well. Thank you.
Will do, yeah. Well, thanks, Huma. Thanks for the introduction. I always think independent expert's a very elegant way to say unemployed. So thanks for that. Now, one thing I've really liked about this conference, Bernardo, is how you've framed it with new approaches to peace, and sort of we're in this moment. I think Oliver Richmond mentioned transition. So the way I'm approaching this question is, well, how do we actually think differently about this? And if we're taking the chance to think counterintuitively, you mentioned that divide between formal processes and on-the-ground realities. Traditionally, you want to bridge that divide. But what about today, when everything is turned on its head? Well, maybe that divide is actually where the opportunity lies. So that kind of frames what I'm going to say. To answer the first part of the question specifically, the gap is obviously widening. I think multiple people have touched on that. My colleague and my friend here, Marika Theros from LSE, we've been writing about this concept called strategic peacemaking, which is all of the things you've already heard today, which this idea that peace deals are being hollowed out, you know, businessmen are displacing diplomats, resolving conflicts is now giving way to optics and, you know, short-term political gains, geopolitical gains, political expedience. But the concept with strategic peacemaking, as we call it critically, is that while all that has changed, the language and the veneer of comprehensive peacemaking is still being used. And what's happening because of that is it's kind of poisoning the term of peace. People are getting a different concept of what peace actually means. And that's very, very dangerous. So when you think about why that's happening, the easy option is to say, well, authoritarianism, populism, but I actually think they're outcomes rather than drivers. One of the things that's really interesting me from a security background is how trends in peacemaking are now actually following trends we've seen in warfare, which certainly starting from Iraq mainly, the pace of the environment has changed. Everything is so much more fast with technological advancements. You can't keep up. There's no long-term planning. There's no strategy. Strategy, which frankly, the fun term that we use is strategic peacemaking. And part of the reason I find it fun is because it's inherently unstrategic. Strategy is dying. And essentially why that is because of the pace of this environment, we've lost predictability. So since the dawn of human time, strategy has been based on predictability, being able to forecast events, decision trees, second and third order effects. But when you strip away that ability to predict, you can't make long-term plans. So the decision makers retreat to the first option. And that's what we're seeing today. So if you think about, well, okay, what do we do? There's really three things to say here. The first one is the obvious one, which is we go back to strategy, we go back to visioning, we go back to long-term thinking. If you want sustainable peace, you start thinking sustainably. And that is right. But to me, it feels like we're in this moment of transition. And if you think about the wider geopolitical context, what you have is people like us standing in the rubble of a collapsed system, thinking about, well, how do we save this system when it's actually already collapsed? But the adversaries or competitors are already building something new and getting all the first mover benefits while we stand in the rubble and think, well, how do we save this? So this, as this conference says, is kind of an opportunity to think differently. So what does that look like? Well, first of all, I'm working at the moment in Northern Ireland with the peace process, and we're actually starting to shift away from the idea of sustainability, because that is very much a term of the liberal peace era. But if you think about what sustainability means, it's suited that era because essentially, even though it's comprehensive peacemaking, the focus is still on the deal. And you create a deal, Northern Ireland, Dayton Agreement, Colombia, it creates new conditions on the ground, creates a peace dividend, and then you sustain it. Makes sense. But in this era of strategic peacemaking, all these hollowed out deals, is that what you want to sustain? Not really. So instead, what we're doing is we're starting to move towards protect. For past agreements, we're starting to think, well, how do we actually do peace building to protect what we have? And for these new deals, we're starting to think, if we have these hollowed out peace deals, how do we expand or how do we enhance? And one of the reasons we're thinking that is because in Northern Ireland, we have essentially sustained or protected our peace deal, our peace process for 30 years, which is a long time. How we've done it is we've had what's called the peace programs, which were EU funding initially to build momentum around the ceasefires. They started 4 years before the Good Friday Agreement, which is a critical point. Peace building started before. We had 15,000 peace projects before the Good Friday Agreement, mostly small grants, less than £3,000, to get momentum and to get people to feel what peace is. So then once you had the Good Friday Agreement, we transitioned to the economic prosperity. The third peace program then moved more into reconciliation. The fourth went into mental health. And now the current program, we have a whole suite of activity. We call it, and again, I'm working with Marika on this, an ecosystem of peace. Now, the beauty of this is that this is a hidden peace process. This isn't part of the political track, because the political track has collapsed multiple times. One time it collapsed for 5 years, but we didn't go back to violence because we had this ecosystem that we'd built, this separate track. And we call it a lattice. Now, the reason I enunciate lattice so much is because in a Belfast accent, it sounds like lettuce, which people think we're talking about vegetables, and it gets very confusing. But essentially, this parallel track this process of the people, which is not really, it's sort of tied to, but it's not part of the formal track, has kept our peace process sustaining for 30 years. So that's why when I said up front, maybe the opportunity now in this world where the formal track is actually not fantastic, maybe the opportunity is actually in the divide rather than trying to bridge the divide.
Thank you very much, Ben. I think that is I find it a very interesting perspective, and honestly, it's something new to me. I think in the current moment we are, it's good to, as you said it, amongst all what is collapsing in front of us, it's also good to see such opportunities. And I think it's really interesting what you said, from sustainability to protection and the whole ecosystem of peace in the context of Northern Ireland. So that's perhaps something we all need to look at and learn more to see how it has functioned and whether that could be a possibility, a model in other contexts. I would like to move now to Kenya and to you, Agnes, with a question that is focused around your work that has combined grassroots activism with national level policy making. What lessons can peace processes draw from community-led struggles, especially by women, in transforming deeply rooted systems of violence and inequality and sustaining long-term stability? Thank you. You have about 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Peace processes are most effective when they are not confined to elites negotiations, but are rooted in the life realities of communities. Grassroots activism, especially by women, shows that peace is not just the absence of violence, but the presence of justice, inclusion, and dignity. When linked directly to the peace buildings, several key lessons emerge. First, inclusive participation in foundations of peace. Women in community movement often bridge divides, ethnic, religious, and political, because their priorities are shaped by everyday survival and well-being. Their involvement shifts peace processes from power sharing among elites to problem solving for society. This inclusivity strengthens the legitimacy of peace agreements and increase the likelihood that they will be accepted, implemented, and sustained. Second, peace must address root causes, not just conflicts, symptoms. Community-led struggles highlights that violence is often driven by structural inequalities such as poverty, gender, discrimination, inclusion from decision-making, and unequal access to resources. Women's activists frequently pushes for reforms in these areas linked peace directly and to social and economic justice. Without tackling these underlying issues, peace remains fragile and temporary. Third, local ownership is essential for lasting peace. Grassroots movements cultivate trust, dialogue, and reconciliation at the community level. Long before and long after formal agreements are signed, women's groups in particular play key roles in mediation, trauma, healing, rebuilding relationships. This local ownership ensures that peace is not imposed from above but grows from within, making it more resilient. Peace is a continuous process, not a one-time agreement. Community-led efforts demonstrate persistence and adaptability. Women's organizations often monitor peace agreements, advocate for accountability, and respond to emerging tensions. That sustained engagement helps transform peace from a political event into a long-term social practice. Grassroots activism redefines what peace actually means. Rather than focusing narrowly on ceasefires or military stability, women-led movements emphasize human security, safety, economic opportunity, education, and dignity. This broader understanding connects peace to everyday life, ensuring it is felt and experienced by all, not just declared by leaders. In linking grassroots struggles to peace, the central lesson is clear: sustainable peace is built from the ground up. It requires empowering communities, especially women, not just a participant, but as leaders in shaping systems that are now equitable, inclusive, and resistant to future conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do really appreciate that you particularly highlighted the role of women in the peace process. Indeed, this goes with the broader research as to when women play an active role in peace processes, the possibility for that to last longer is higher. This is what research has demonstrated. But I will come back to you with a follow-up question in the second round, keeping the focus around this issue. And I would like now to go to you, Paula. Well, also in your experience, particularly in supporting dialogue and local actors, what role do insider mediators and community-based initiatives play in sustaining peace beyond formal agreement? And if you'd like to maybe, I don't know, say a word about what do we mean by insider mediator, please feel free to do that, to do so, in case some of the audience may not know what that expression means exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. While I was thinking at my contribution for today, I wanted to share a little bit of my, I think I feel privileged to some extent, perspective that I have with working with, and I had with working with several communities in different contexts. And I decided to do so by starting sharing a story, like a storytelling approach. So I would like to take you to a region that most people would only hear about in the news, where we learned that an armed group has attacked several villages, killing dozens of civilians. In the following weeks, retaliation follows. And after a community is targeted, more people are killed. The cycle continues, properties are looted, homes destroyed, fields become inaccessible. And people who live side by side stop to speaking to each other. A few years later, a peace agreement is signed, armed leaders access government positions, prisoners are released, and a plan is agreed for disarmament and reintegration of the combatants. So this is where, for many, the story ends, especially in the news and some of the reports. An agreement is signed, a program is funded, crisis is managed. And let me be clear, these are real achievements. The violence stops or significantly decreases, people can move again, can go to market, harvest the fields, and children can go back to school. And this matters enormously, especially for people who's experiencing the violence. But at the same time, if we look more carefully, there is a lot that this version of the story is not yet explaining. And if we dig deeper, we might not find a single story, depending also on the context where we are, but several, and each pointing to different layers of what sustained the violence. So, for example, in one version, we might find out that the group that first resorted to violence had long experience of marginalization through systems and norms that limited not only access to resources, but also recognition and dignity. And even when those systems are no longer in place formally, their legacy may remain, prejudices persist, as well as the deep grievances and unprocessed trauma that no ceasefire alone can resolve. In another version or in another story, communities had progressively lost access to their land, displaced by demographic or economic pressure, changing boundaries and new administrative arrangements. And for communities, this means not only the threat of losing a livelihood, but also a way of organizing their own lives, their tradition, identity, that the new frameworks hardly recognize. And then the last version of the story, it is about the fear of change itself, when inclusion is perceived as a threat, and the fear is that extending rights, access, or recognition to others means losing our own. And then the change is resisted, and sometimes it is resisted violently. And none of this picture is as simple as it sounds, because marginalization is not only one directional. In some cases, it is also bidirectional, and communities that have suffered can also in different moments or through different actors become part of someone else's exclusion. So this is what I try to write, to visualize a little bit what sometimes I see from my perspective. And I think this story is telling something, and it's my way to try to answer to the question about what is transforming the system and the conditions that sustain it. Because if we think, and it was mentioned, peace agreements are more and more going towards a more stopping the guns type of agreements. But what is sustaining the violence are not the armed groups with whom the agreements are signed. What is really sustaining the violence is the marginalization, the trauma, the unresolved questions about land, the grievances. And I think this is the level that needs to be addressed in order to really have a sustainable peace or to have a long-term peace. Now, I know that there was a bit of a framing around innovation for this day. And I know that what I'm saying is really not innovative in a way. I think this is what Galtung called structural violence decades ago. But I think it was mentioned this morning, the problem is not that the ideas are necessarily old or new. The problem is that these ideas are not yet implemented, or it's very difficult to implement them. Now, going a bit closer to your question, what is then the role of the local and what is the role of local actors? I think the role of the local dimension is really linked to addressing these fault lines. Because local is the battlefield, local is where the violence is experienced, both the direct, visible, physical violence, but also the more structural violence. And it's also where most of the needs are. And I see needs not only as a framework for analysis, but also something that should direct also the transformation process and should guide us. Through my work, it's true, I've been involved a lot in community level processes, but I also have colleagues and partners involved in more high level processes. And I've been part of those conversations to some extent. And with my grassroots background, sometimes I feel some of the conversations are not going really to the depth that they should, or that I feel would be fully representative of what the issues are. And last year, I had this kind of, again, haha moment when I sat with women from the countryside. And I really had a bit of ignorance, if you want, about understanding, for example, experiences of women in Ethiopia. And when I sat with them, I really started understanding, and I had the feeling, okay, now I start understanding what the real issues are. And it can be very simple things. It could be girls going to fetch water and being threatened by maybe security threats, or women struggling with feeding their children for multiple reasons. And I think this is not only a complementary perspective. It is not just that some have a perspective and others have another perspective, and both are needed. I really think this is a fundamental part of the transformation work. And I can't see any really sustainable solution that can come without this perspective. And in this sense, inclusivity to me is not just a moral requirement. It is really a necessity to really hold any sustainable arrangement. And here comes the role of insider mediators, or in my specific project, we talk about insider peace builders or local peace builders. These are people on the ground. They exist before we come. They exist before we started naming them like that. It's just elders, leaders, religious people, women, who make an effort on the ground to bridge those gaps and to really take people together across the divides. They do very important work. They are probably the only ones that can really do the work. What we can do is to support them. And maybe there's two additional levels of what we can contribute to. I think there might be some blind spots. We all have blind spots, including ourselves. And I think different perspectives can help in having bigger understanding, bigger picture, more complex. So this could be part of our role. But also, I think, bridging the levels in the sense that although, as I mentioned in my story at the very beginning, what you could see in the surface, and this is what happens in some contexts, is that maybe people is fighting with each other on a local level. But I also think at least in my experience, in most cases, these also intercommunal tensions are often embedded in a bigger structure. So I have the impression that this multi-track, another old concept, is also very important. So maybe our role can also be helping bridging these different levels. And to be frank, I think it goes from the very local up to the global. So not necessarily at a very narrow level, but really broadly.
Thank you so much, Paula, for bringing those very interesting perspectives into this discussion and emphasizing the role of local actors and importantly addressing those local grievances or fault lines, as you call them, in this process. Well, I would like to go back to you, Ben, with the second round of our questions. Being a scholar of transitional justice, of course, I couldn't help not to have a question on transitional justice in this discussion. And especially in your experience, well, of course, Northern Ireland, they have also obviously taken measures, and the limited that I have followed, very, very interesting ones. But I'm particularly curious also in this question about your experience in Afghanistan, the country that I have studied and I know very well. So first of all, from your experience across different contexts, what risks arise when justice is deferred or sidelined in peace processes? And what role, if any, transitional justice measures can play in sustaining this? I think we already heard this morning, especially from Professor Richmond, that maybe the future piece is to focus on peace and justice. And I, of course, fully agree with that perspective. But someone like yourself who has been there, part of these discussions, negotiations with people like Hizb Islami, Taliban, and not to mention your experience, in Northern and other contexts, what can you tell us and what lessons can we learn? Thank you.
Well, I'm not a scholar of transitional justice, but I'm going to speak purely from personal experience. I think you can frame the answer by how inclusion or non-inclusion of transitional justice measures shape a concept of peace and give people a concept of what peace is actually going to look like, which then either sustains or undermines the peace deal. I've been inspired by Paula today, so I'm going to tell you a story. No, I'm joking. But I'm going to go to Afghanistan first and Northern Ireland, two sort of contrasting examples. So Afghanistan, 10 years ago this year, actually, so it was 2015, 2016, and the Hizb Islami insurgency, which it was Al-Qaeda aligned. You know, they were sort of Taliban adjacent. Their leader, Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, egregious human rights record stretching back to the Soviet era. A horrible group, frankly. But Hekmatyar himself, very politically astute, and he realized things were shifting and the new era was going to be dominated by this word peace and not war. He saw that. He was one of the first to see that, to be honest. So he wanted a peace deal in order to come back to the political mainstream and sort of set himself up for when there's a new format in Afghanistan. That was the reason his group wanted the deal, basically, to get this one guy and get the political party back. For the Afghan government and for internationals, not initially, but later, that deal could have been a precedent setter for the Taliban. Because at the time, the Taliban were starting to feel out peace, but they had zero trust that specifically the Americans would let them come to peace. Meaning things like, would they ever get off the sanctions list? So the Hizb Islami deal was a way to show them this is possible. And it was also, it was a good idea at the time, frankly, because Hizb Islami was pretty much a spent force on the battlefield. And even when Hekmatyar came back, he was pretty much irrelevant in politics. So that's why the deal pursued. Now so I led the backroom team that facilitated that. And we tried our hardest to get transitional justice measures included somehow. In the end, I actually ended up bringing ex-paramilitaries who were later arrested for weapons offences, ex-paramilitaries to Afghanistan from Northern Ireland. So we had the IRA in Afghanistan telling Afghans, you need to set up a victims and survivors committee. It's quite surreal. But they did. They had a victims and survivors committee. They had other transitional justice measures on paper. But as soon as the deal was signed, everyone focused on the Taliban and forgot the Hizb Islami deal. Now, in the public sphere, there wasn't a massive reaction initially. There were some protests. When he arrived back at the airport, there were some shootings, but there wasn't a huge reaction. But what I saw, and I think the problem is, at that stage, nobody else was putting out a vision of what peace could be or what peace would look like. We were trying, because of Northern Ireland, I was trying to get some Afghan official to say, this is what peace will look like in Afghanistan, but no one would. So that the public naturally saw the Hizb Islami deal and said, okay, well, is this what peace is going to look like? Basically, these warlords off the sanctions list and back in politics. So it framed a negative view of what peace is in Afghanistan. And then when the Taliban process did happen, it actually collapsed a few times because the public said, we're being sold out here. Again, because no transitional justice measures were included. And it shaped this negative conception of peace when there was no positive vision. Now, if you contrast that with Northern Ireland, I've mentioned the peace programs we've had already, the funding programs. So about 5 years after the Good Friday Agreement, some, no offense, academic came in and started criticizing the funding program and said, this is just another funding program. It's got nothing to do with peace. So what they said then was, okay, we need to make sure all the funding applications are directed at reconciliation. Now, reconciliation is the catch-all term we use for, dealing with the past and victims and survivors and transitional justice. But it's a very contested term because we sort of think, well, how can you reconcile two communities that were never really reconciled in the first place? So no one likes reconciliation. But what they did was they funded a definition of reconciliation, mainly based around relationships. And then that was put into the peace program's funding criteria. So you had to meet, it was called this distinctiveness criteria. You had to make sure your project had distinctiveness, i.e. it would lead to help, had reconciliation aims. So our entire peace process became oriented around that. Now, today, transitional justice is still the sticky issue. We still can't agree on the past or the legacy or the victims and survivors. But what that focus did was it embedded the idea across society that actually we've got a lot of work to do. This needs to sustain, because I like to say the Good Friday Agreement was signed in 1998. The political track is still in 1998. It hasn't progressed. But our peace process is in 2026. And it's because of that focus on transitional justice. And I'll finish to make this relevant for this era we're in. I think hands down, the best impact of having transitional justice measures included is that it has inserted humanity into our peace process, because it has put communities central to the peace process. And if you think of where we are today, where we have strategic peacemaking, technological advancements, AI, drone technology are stripping humanity out of everything. Our peace process has sustained because we've had the transitional justice measures that have kept humanity in peace.
Thank you very much. Really very interesting, and appreciate sharing that experience from your firsthand observation and experiences in those two contexts. I would like to go back to you, Agnes. Sort of a follow-up question, keeping the focus on the question of gender justice and peace process. However, here, you already spoke before about the importance of including women in bottom-up initiatives. But the question now is, how can peace processes be designed so that gender justice is not treated as a parallel agenda or post-conflict add-on, which has unfortunately been often the case, but as a core condition for sustainable peace? In what structural changes are needed to ensure women's participation translates into real influence over outcomes rather than symbolic inclusions? We have examples of many different peace processes where this question has come up, including Afghanistan, when there was some limited efforts with regard to peace negotiations with the Taliban. The question of women, peace negotiators, etc., was really a very hot topic that I've followed it very closely. And in other contexts, I think we have maybe some also more successful examples like Colombia. But I'm very curious to hear from your first-hand example, first-hand experience. How can we do this in practice? Thank you.
Thank you. Peace tends to be shallow and reversible. Designing processes where gender equality is a core condition of peace requires changing both the rule of the process and the institutions that implement it. So women participation carries decision-making power, not just visibility. Make gender equality a non-negotiable design principle. Peace frameworks should define successes to include the reductions in gender-based violence, equal access to resources, and representation in governments. This means embedding gender provisions directly into ceasefire terms, political settlements, and constructions plan, not postponing them. When gender justice is written into the core architecture, it shapes principles, timelines, and accountability from the start. Shift from presence to power. Quotas alone are insufficient. If women lack agenda, setting authority processes should guarantee seats for women with voting rights in all negotiating bodies, representation in key committees, security constitutional reform, finance, not only society issues, leadership roles, co-chairs, rapporteurs that influence outcomes. This ensures women help define what peace looks like, not just comment on it. Reform the security sector with a genderless, sustainable peace depends on how security is delivered. Integrating gender justice means addressing conflicts related sexual violence as a security priority, not a side issue. Training and diversity police, military and judicial actors, building accountability systems that communities, especially women, trust. This reorients security from state control to human safety. Resource women's participation and agendas influence follows resource women's organization need direct. Flexible funding, access to technical expertise, and the ability to convene and consult communities. Without this participation, risk becoming symbolic. Budget lines for gender equality should be protected within peace agreements and monitored over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate very much the insight that you shared. And I would like to go back to you, Paula, with the last question of this round before we open it up to the Q&A. It seems, yes, we should have, I think, good enough time for the Q&A session as well. Paula, as peace building funding and unfortunately funding in general, I mean, in these sectors declines. On the one hand, well, that is happening, funding declines. On the other hand, there are conflicts grow more complex. How can practitioners design inclusive, locally owned processes that resist peace washing, which is one of the terms used in this description of today's discussion, while still engaging with international actors and resources? I have to say this was a topic that we briefly over lunch also were discussing with Professor Richmond as to, tackling this sort of this dilemma. Because on the one hand, the locals, they need the support, whether it's financial and technical, but on the other hand, there are also sometimes criticisms as to intervention from outside, etc. So it seems whether it is financial balance or otherwise, there is a delicate balance. If you could, based on your experience, touch upon this. Thank you.
I feel I'm getting a very difficult question.
Sorry?
I feel I'm getting a very difficult question, but I'll try to elaborate a little.
Thank you.
Funding is declining. Conflicts are increasing. And what do we do to design processes? A very difficult challenge. My first reaction to the question was to partly reframe the question as a start. In the sense that I feel that it's not just coming from you. I think I feel that from the field. I think we feel that as civil society organizations, as practitioners, we are asked more and more to prove evidence of our successes, to respond to the challenge that what we do is not really effective. We're asked to do more with less and to adapt. But this is why I would like to start by reframing the question, because I think first I would like to go back to why funding is declining. And I mean, it is, of course, for very, very diverse and very multiple factors. But maybe some of those factors are something we can also contribute to as peace practitioners. And the first thing I would try to suggest is to be also very honest and frank about what has worked and what doesn't work, and why, because I think this is one of the criticisms. But also because, of course, it's evident that the results that we delivered were not always convincing. But I've heard this is because peace building is not working, this is because dialogue is not working. There's more and more looking back at more hard security approaches. And I would like to challenge this framing and maybe suggest that we operated under premises that would make our quote-unquote failures predictable to some extent, in the sense that I made an example of what agreements more and more look like. And I think from my story, it's very simple, but it's also quite obvious that there are clear reasons why those type of agreements are not going to hold. And at the same time, this is what we are more and more pushed towards. I feel we get also a lot of pressure in terms of, as I said, providing evidence, delivering, being fast in delivering. But peace is not a quick fix. It takes time. It is a completely different logic. So my answer is trying to go towards a more of an assertive stand and try to reaffirm what is our understanding and insist on reframing, and maybe making arguments on why it is necessary to invest in peace and that this is an investment and not a cost. But then when I was thinking again at our conversation today, I wanted to go even deeper than that. And I started a little like kind of from afar, but I hope you can follow. While I was preparing, I had this discomfort of speaking about peace as something that we deliver towards others, something that we design for others. So we analyze the conflicts, we fund the projects, we assess, we set objectives, we evaluate those objectives through different indicators. This is not a criticism towards our monitoring evaluation. This is not what I'm saying, but it's more the stand and the posture that we tend to naturally assume as peace builders, with this engineering logic almost, and this kind of operating from the outside, but we are not outside. And I think this is I thought this is a good moment to try to raise these questions and reflections. And I intentionally told a story that could apply to many places. And I think if we take out maybe the most violent, direct violent part and the armed groups, some of those elements can also apply to the context we live in. I mean, I come from a region where this is not a too old story, but even Europe itself. And what I want to say is that I think these situations are connected. The abroad and at home are connected. And these are not only connected geopolitically, I think these are also connected structurally. Like there are similar drivers that create different effects in different levels, but these are across. And this takes us back into the picture. And this also shows that we are neutral. We are not neutral, sorry, we have never been neutral, but we sometimes operate as if we are from the outside. So peace is something that it looks like something that we can export or that we have solutions to bring, but we are not neutral. And I think then for me, one of the most important questions is, what if the system that we are trying to fix is the same system we are actually operating from? And this is a paradox and sometimes makes it very difficult to be effective because we are just contributing to the system. This is also not, and I want to stress it, it's not about demonizing ourselves. I think, as it was mentioned, we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of experience, probably also very good values. We can still, I think, give something or contribute, but it's also mainly about positioning ourselves in a different position where ours is just one of the perspectives. And we have our own blind spots. I mentioned blind spots of the people we work with. But we also have our own blind spots. And I'm always, I think, very interesting in listening back. What can others say about ourselves? And this would mean really reframing our postural attitude role towards the whole bigger picture. This is partly related also to funding, in the sense that if we put ourselves back into the picture, investing in peace is not something we do for others, but it's something we do for ourselves, with ourselves, not only abroad, but also at home. And now I try to go back and try to conclude. You asked about peace washing. I can also link that to funding opportunities. I think the moment we assert that we are not neutral, and that maybe no one is neutral, I think, of course, every actor is driven by specific interests, being them explicit or not. So whenever we operate and we have relationships and we receive funding, of course, we risk to be pulled into different directions. And this would also and more apply to new funding opportunities. I mean, I don't have a magic solution for that, but I think that the main things we can do is to navigate this consciously, to be honest with ourselves, to have spaces to discuss this. I don't find many spaces for this. And then the more we consider we are operating in a non-neutral system, we are not neutral, etc., but be very clear about who we are, what we stand for, and where we want to go, so that whenever we relate to others, being that donors, actors, or whatever, we are very clear on what is negotiable and what is not negotiable for us. And then just concluding, I've heard, and we hear more and more, is mediation working? Is dialogue working? I think, and I feel that's the wrong question, because I don't see any alternative. So for me, the question is more how to make it work.
Thank you very much, Paola. Well, with this, I would like to thank all our panelists for your very insightful contribution. I learned from your experiences and insight. And I actually, what I have sort of taken from this discussion, I mean, I've sort of taken 4 points that I think in this discussion seems to be important. First, the role of, role of locals. Obviously, that came up in all the discussions, but also importantly, like addressing local grievances that you mentioned, Paola, including land disputes, et cetera, And indeed, if you look at the empirical cases, I mean, that in many of these situations that comes up. Role of women, Agnes, that you mentioned, this is key. Hopefully, we would be able during the Q&A to maybe, get some more insight, including, maybe some stories, anecdotes, etc., from some of your own experiences. Role of transitional justice, I found it really interesting, Ben, what you shared with regard to Northern Ireland, with reconciliation and how that in a way has helped or has been perhaps part of this ecosystem that you mentioned for peace, ecosystem for peace. And then last but not least, the question of resources, but not just resources, but how you said it, Paola, to sort of reframe, some of these issues. I think it's a moment also, but perhaps going back to some reflections we heard this morning during the keynote address, as to, indeed we are in a very delicate moment, and it's time perhaps to reframe some of these questions, and the question of knowledge that came up this morning. Also, there's knowledge, there's expertise. Questioning also our own role, etc. I think, for me at least, these were some of the main points that with which I would like to conclude this this session and open it to your questions and comments. Like before, I think we can take maybe 3 questions at a time, perhaps a couple of rounds. If you could please, like before, briefly introduce yourself and also specifically address your question to.
Thank you so much. My name is Martin Owino, Member of Parliament from Kenya. I want to thank the panelists as well. And I picked something which I've been struggling, maybe all of them can respond to. When it comes to the ecosystem of peace building, very complicated item. But I was thinking as a legislator, how do I think of the legislative framework, especially that can bring in mental health to the ecosystem? For example, in Kenya, it's so advanced that 1 in 4 has a mental issue. Economical pressure and wars, everything, domestic violence included. Now, if we want to build a system, ecosystem for peace building, then mental health become an issue. So as a legislator, I'm wondering, maybe this could be a theme for the whole conference. How do we legislate and bring in mental health in a situation which may be local or national in our country, but also transcends to a global stage? For example, community can be peaceful in a temple, in a mosque, in anywhere, but a gunman just comes in and ravages everybody. And what goes usually, the attacker has been eliminated. We don't know the motive about it. We may not even know. So the entire question is, how do I, as a legislator, have a legal framework to bring in mental health, which can also help locally as well as the global stage? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Danielle. I'm from the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue in Geneva. I work primarily on monitoring evaluation. Thank you so much. This is super interesting. I guess my question, reflection, primarily for Ben, but interested in others as well. Thanks for the somewhat optimistic, I think, take of, though the gap is widening, maybe that is where the opportunity is. I appreciate the optimism. And I think the Northern Ireland case is quite interesting for that because, as you mentioned, it has, the peace has sustained even while amidst political difficulties. Was just reflecting that there were also kind of fundamental political things that changed on the ground, like policing, for example. And so I guess, is it possible to build these ecosystems of peace without addressing certain fundamental things? And I guess if we have to be strategic as peacemakers, to kind of use your wording, should we just be more targeted in addressing issue X, Y, Z? If comprehensive peace agreements aren't possible, and then also working at the local level, as you said, to kind of give people a sense of what peace looks like.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for your insights. I had a question that also tied to our topic yesterday about reclaiming DDR through women's eyes. So my question was, how do you design and implement peace processes for women in countries like Afghanistan, where there is also social stigma and cultural beliefs, and also this patriarchal control over the governance structures without interfering with them? And how do you take this obstacle and start from it? And if these processes are implemented, how do you make sure that they are sustainable in the future? And I think one quote that was very important from yesterday from Miss Evelyn Poles was that ideologies do not change during war, but they are just suspended. So I was just wondering your opinion and how would you think that these processes would be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yeah, we can go to the panelists for the answer. It seems to me, Ben, maybe we could start with you, I think.
Yeah, don't worry, I got it. Well, I'll answer all three. I actually think so. I think weirdly, the first two questions, I could talk through sort of both of them at once. The issue of that word targeted is a good one, because initially our peace building work was targeted, and it was targeted at the term we used, the hard to reach communities. So in the first peace project, 60% of the projects were targeted at, I think it was 34% of the population who were the most deprived, the people who were suffering on the front lines, and what we called the hardest to reach. And that has actually maintained pretty much throughout the whole, the 4 peace programs, and now Peace Plus, as we call it, the current program. So yes, there was a targeted approach. And then the key thing in our peace programs, why they've sustained so long, is because they have shifted and adapted and evolved as society has changed. So even our own politicians, our own experts still think, oh, you're doing peace building? Is that like people shaking hands and saying, hello, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Protestant? No. I talked about the ecosystem. Like we have a lot of mental health work. The 4th peace program and the current one, mental health became a significant issue. The one we're dealing with right now, because of the age, is intergenerational trauma, which is quite a new field, but we're starting to see it in real time with the generations who are growing up, and they haven't felt the conflict, but they're demonstrating all of the trauma and depression and all these horrible statistics, largely because the society we have has collective or cultural trauma that is being passed down to them. So to answer your question more specifically, yes, targeting, but that example of how we've adapted and evolved, I think the lesson here is you don't need to rush to the table in a sort of peace negotiation. And then it's not like as soon as you start a peace building process, you have to cover off everything. To give you an example, I personally think we're one of the most successful peace processes in the world, but we haven't addressed the root causes. And there's actually a sort of acknowledgement that I don't know if we can touch that yet. So it's about sequencing and how to do things over the long term. And I'll give you, it might actually link to the peace washing question. Hope you don't mind stepping on your toes. But again, I feel in this era, there's the rush to the table. Like, get a deal, get the negotiators in. In Afghanistan, it was get people in a room and they'll sort out a deal. But you think, well, you're sending negotiators in to negotiate something that they don't know they're negotiating for. Whereas, again, if you go back to Northern Ireland, what happened in the 1980s? We had one of those peace deals, collapsed immediately. And then hope bottomed out. So one of the paramilitary parties wrote what's called a visioning document, where they said, okay, look, here's the situation we're in. Here's what we think of us. Here's what we think of them. Here's what we think that they think of us, but we actually think of them. And then they laid out their vision, not we want to stop fighting, but specific, tangible, this is the structure we want. We want this education system. We want this many seats. We want proportional representation. And they published that. Every other party then read it. People who they would never talk to read that sort of internal, honest conversation, and they wrote their own visioning documents. And that built this system where people started sharing ideas, and without even talking to each other, created a shared vision. And the key point, I'm going to land this point, don't worry. By the time, 10 years later, that they got to the Good Friday negotiations, 90% of the issues were actually taken care of already, and it was the last 10%. Whereas you contrast that now, everyone's saying, right, get to the table, every issue on the table. So the point I'm making is we don't need to rush peace building. You can be targeted initially. You can focus on the initial handshakes and then the economic prosperity. And then, I mean, I don't necessarily advocate this. It worked in Northern Ireland, but maybe not elsewhere. Mental health might be further down the list, or once you have established a set of circumstances? And then just to answer that question specifically, in terms of the legal framework, it was, again, like reconciliation, it was kind of woven into the funding criteria of the EU's peace programs, that we had a certain proportion, we call it a strand specifically on mental health. And just to end on that, that itself, people don't know this, but it's so brilliant. None of that money was given to our politicians because you know that would be difficult. But by having the EU funding criteria at all different levels, from government down to local council, the parties that couldn't talk to each other had to get in the room together to meet the EU's funding criteria to get the money. All of them wanted the money, but the other brilliant thing, which is why the process remained, the divide remained, they all wanted it, but none of them wanted to say publicly that we want it. Purely because the other one would say, yeah, we want it. And then it would be seen to be agreeing on something. And you can't do that. So that funding criteria actually kept our parallel process. I've tried to answer a couple of questions there. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Ben. I don't know if you wanted to say something, a word about the DDR question. I think that was addressed to Ben, was that? Okay, sorry. Addressed to Agnes. Okay. Agnes, then if you like to answer the question that she asked about DDR, maybe could you briefly perhaps repeat it, or did you get the question? And this is for Agnes. So, yeah, right. Okay. Did you get the question? How do you apply peace process in countries, specifically she mentioned like Afghanistan, and make it sustainable? Is that? Yeah, make it sustainable. Especially she's wondering about the role of women and the DDR process that always is part of this context.
This concept of peace is not new to women, because women in an ordinary setting have been experts in making sure that they mediate between children and their father, elders, because a woman listens to her children, and then she gets between the child and the father. And their surrounding there, the women play a big role in making sure that there is peace. And that's why we need to go back to women and promote them, because they play a key role in making sure that there is peace. So if we can work on these women, because if I give an example of what I do back at home, I come from a Maasai community where they still practice cultural practices of female genital mutilation, forcing girls to marriage. And within that setting of a Maasai home, women are very good when it comes to peacekeeping in those villages, because girls run away, because we have done a lot in educating girls on the effects of female genital mutilation. So they run to me for rescue. And when they run to me, men feel, because they were expecting to marry this girl off so that they can get a dowry. So the men are annoyed. And it is women who come and play that role of making sure that there is peace in this home. So if we can take that concept to everywhere that we think there is no peace, women can really play a very good role, because they know it, and and that's how they survive in their homes. To give an example of my dad was a chief. And in my community, when a chief comes back from duty, he must come with the elders. So there was a local brew that we were supposed to brew for the elders who were coming. And because I didn't want my mom to be beaten every day, and I was a second born, and when the mother cannot cannot do the roles that she's supposed to do effectively, that she will be beaten at the end of the day. And because I didn't like to see my mother crying every day, I used to chip in to make sure that if she has been sent to bring something behind the scenes, I bring what she needs, I give to her, so that at long last she will not be beaten. So you find that women are experts when it comes to peace. So if they can be promoted, they can play a good role in peacekeeping.
Thank you very much. We have, yes, I think we can take maybe one or two more questions. Marika, and there's one back there.
Hi, Marika LSC. I wanted to ask a question to Paula. I really enjoyed your discussion, especially how you sort of collapse the insider-outsider thing, both in terms of how the sort of the multi-drivers of violence even locally, and also learning sort of the knowledge that we gain. I'm not sure how to ask this question completely, because it's just something I've been giving a thought to as well, that you said, like, no one's neutral. Even in these negotiations, there are interests at play, even from the mediators themselves, who may have the interests of their countries. And at the same time, you brought up this like concept of multi-track negotiations. Are there any sort of approaches, or, you know, maybe they're older approaches, or even now, where, you know, it's sort of like multi-stakeholder rather than multi-track type of approaches, in which you can bring in the different perspectives and interests that really are driving sort of violence and peace on the ground, where in a way it bridges, so not to look at the tracks as separate, local, national, global, but looking at sort of their interconnection and sort of how they, and the interests at play, in a way turning negotiations more into like a multi-stakeholder dialogue process. I know that, you know, people have thought about some of these multi-stakeholder processes in Colombia a little bit separately, but looking at sort of multiple negotiations at the same time. But more, I'm speaking to more this idea that that there are more dynamics at play that are driving violence, that, you know, that may be invisible to different stakeholders. And how do you, you know, how would you weave that together? And is the multi-track approach sort of an approach that does that, if that makes sense?
Thank you. There was one other question, I think, in the back. Oh, there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all. It was very insightful. I have a question to Ben, which might be very difficult, but you can try. I really liked your pragmatic approach. So you mentioned that, and I really agree, that peace relies on a vision, but you also mentioned these challenges related to the lack of predictability and the generalized climate of uncertainty. So how do you reconcile the two? How do you build and share a vision in this environment that is very chaotic and hard to predict? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Paula, please.
Yes. While you were asking, I think one of the first things came to my mind is a bit the concept of inclusivity, the way especially Berghoff has developed, which is different dimensions. And I think it can cover a bit the spectrum of your question, in the sense that inclusivity means having involved having processes where all the decision makers somehow from different perspectives are included, and that's not necessarily across tracks, but could also be just the relevant groups that are involved in a certain around a certain conflict. And at the same time, there is a vertical dimension of inclusivity where you really have to need to have these multiple levels. So I think they are in a way linked, like these multi-stakeholders and multiple levels. And maybe one framework also that comes to my mind in that sense is national dialogue as a type of process that tends to be inclusive by definition. I haven't gotten the chance to see an entire national dialogue process myself yet. So I cannot fully translate that into a practical experience or example. But yes, the idea is that, different perspectives can be across tracks, can be across horizontally, meaning different groups of interest. Maybe my point earlier was that I think these different levels still need to, in my view, to interact with each other. And it is not also always easy because I think different organizations or actors have access to different levels. And it is not always easy to find really spaces where these different levels can really come together.
Thank you. Paula, Ben, please.
That is a difficult question. But don't worry, we've got an answer. No, so the first thing it makes me think of is, I think Oliver Richmond used this phrase transition, and everyone's talking about this transition we're in. And I think that needs to be established first, because are we in a transition that things are going to settle? Or are we in a transition that this choppy world is just going to continue? And I think there's a difference in opinion on this out there at the moment. I know certainly in the security world, there's a difference of opinion about whether this is going to be choppy going forward or whether we're just moving to a new system. So I think the way to do this will become clearer as that transition emerges. Now, there are some actually very simple things to do. So the first one, you can still shape a strategy and you can still have a vision. For some reason, I think because of the lack of predictability and because of just the way of the world now, we've just decided not to do that. But the principles of strategy are still there, and it doesn't have to be complicated. So the way we always used to think about strategy was there's a framework called Richard Rumelt's strategy kernel, which is a diagnosis, a guiding policy, and coordinated actions. Anyone could do that. The US could do that right now, but for some reason doesn't seem to have been able to articulate or follow strategic frameworks anymore. Part of that is, as we talk about visioning, is as simple as expressing what it is you actually want. What is your preferred outcome and your preferred end state? We're not doing that anymore for some reason. And then what the sort of peace building industry, I think, can do, and bear with me on this one, because when you say it, it sounds kind of, okay, we've all heard that one before, and it sounds so simple. But we do need to clarify our terms and our language now. So I don't know if anyone's specifically said this, but it's been talked about indirectly, I think. The word peace itself needs to be reclaimed at this point. Because honestly, peace is becoming war rather than the opposite of it. And this has been a dynamic. We saw this in Afghanistan. I talked about it in terms of how transitional justice shaped the word peace. Peace has started to be poisoned in certain contexts. And someone has to reclaim and say, no, this is what peace actually is. Give you another example from Afghanistan. This differentiation in terms. So when the US got serious about a Taliban peace process, they appointed an ambassador to be special representative for Afghan reconciliation. I just thought that was bonkers. You haven't even really started talking to them, and your whole approach is reconciliation, not talks, not peace, none of the sort of standard sequencing. You're going straight to this guy is going to force reconciliation on a context that can't even sit in the same room together. That doesn't make any sense. But there was just this confusion of terms. I think to go back to something I said earlier, we see businessmen displacing diplomacy and diplomats. We've seen traditional actors in peace processes sort of be sidelined. So I think there's space to reclaim, there's language to reclaim. I think in this moment, like I said about the sort of collapse of the system, this is now the moment where people in this room have to reclaim these terms, because if not us, then who?
Thank you. Ben, you were giving us, I think, a lot of homework and jobs to follow to do. Well, I think it's time to close this session.
Yes.
I would like to thank once again all the panelists and all of you for listening and for your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thanks again to Dr. Uba Said again, and to all the speakers. So we are coming to the final session of today. It is an experiment, an original approach to the topic. It has youth as protagonists. Maybe the chair or the speakers themselves will explain the definition of youth. And as before, I will just introduce you the chair of the panel, who's Luca Foschi. Luca Foschi is a journalist. He studied at the School of Journalism of London. He got a PhD on the history of Arab countries. He also recently published a novel with Bompiani, an authoritative publisher in Italy, about a journalist who spends lots of time and does lots of interesting and controversial work in various areas of conflict. So as the speakers and the chair are getting to the stage and they're taking their chairs, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Luca Foschi and to start the final panel, which will last until 4:15. And it is titled, "The Future is Yours, Final Talk with Youth." Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction, Stefano. As you heard, I'm not used to panels. I'll try my best. I spend my time mainly in the Arab world and writing about the Arab world, the so-called, and I stress the expression so-called Middle East, middle to what? And today is a beautiful occasion for me to be on vacation, a vacation from the language of war, which I'm used to. Every day I am forced to use and swallow and be used by the language of war. The ambiguities and the subtleties of the diplomatic discussions. So today I find myself in this wonderful environment, in a new jargon, listen to a new jargon, and the word peace, going back to the last intervention, is something that we have to claim back and to reshape, perhaps. I'm talking as a journalist now, and they stole the meaning, the deep meaning of peace, and the newspapers are a big part of the problem, but there is not the right occasion to go into the depth of a crisis that is clear to everybody. All this to say that I'm very happy here to stay and to live, to discuss with a new jargon for me, with the youth, so-called, again, youth. Let's say the word peace must be twice as powerful in them. In the Middle East, when I going around the Middle East, especially Palestine, the sparkles of change and peace, the very few occasions in which I found them were in the mouth of youth. So I'm very pleased to introduce you to the panel. starting from Sara Bucafuca, right? Bucafuska, sorry, bad handwriting. Associate of the Agency for Peacebuilding, a youth program. And then we have Riccardo Sidotti, co-founder of the SOI in Bologna, which stands for the Student Movement for the International Organization. Then we have Camilla Tuan, PhD student, School of International Relations Studies at the University of Trento, right? And then Laura Pistarini Teixeira Nunes, Regional Coordinator for Europe at the United Network of Young Peacebuilders. Okay, I went through that. Present and future. So we imagine together, right? A first series of questions related to the present, and then maybe on the second round we'll talk about the future and the solutions, as we were invited to do at the beginning of this, meeting, daring to talk about solutions. So, Sara, we were mentioning the concept of accountability, which has been used in for different nuances, different meanings throughout the day. Please, the floor is for you.
Thank you, Luca. Please tell me if I shout. I think, first of all, acknowledgements are due, because I'm super happy and super excited to be here. So thank you, Luca, for accepting to moderate this panel. But also thank you to my fellow colleagues here. Even before the conference started, hearing the word ending wars, I took notes on my phone, and I had mainly two concepts that came to my mind when discussing how to end wars. And ironically, to this morning's keynote speech, those words were accountability and justice. So I'm a young professional in international relations, so I'm not a lawyer, but I've gotten some interest and studies into transitional justice. And during those studies, accountability and justice are core concepts to transitional justice, as we just heard from the previous panel. So in transitional justice, we aim for a transition to make accountability emerge and justice at last, with the final aim of fostering reconciliation. But what kind of reconciliation are we talking about? Because today we already mentioned reconciliation. We're not aiming at a thin reconciliation, because thin reconciliation means just ceasefire, signing of agreements. We're aiming at a thick reconciliation. So it's more of a societal reconciliation that aims at amending the social fabric that has been disrupted during wartime or conflict time. So accountability stands therefore as the cornerstone of human rights, another very important concept that was mentioned today, that poses on the one side the duty bearers and on the other side the right holders. So the absence of accountability, it's impunity, right? So from Syria to Ukraine, we have heard these words a lot today. So, and as we have heard from our very insightful keynote speech this morning from from Oliver Richmond, we then reflected that the justice dimension is rapidly, increasingly advancing on multi-levels against a system that tactically swept every request under the rug. So if there was a debate between justice versus peace, I think that's not a debate anymore. So we are not willing to accept no peace without justice. But something that we discussed with Luca that I found very interesting was that one word was not mentioned today, and that was the word truth. Nobody mentioned truth connected to justice. So 2 years ago, in this same very room, I was inspired by a speech of a scholar, Julian Arevalo, that talked about, he dismantled in a way the ripeness theory. So he said that no ripeness is needed to bring peace about. So we do not need to wait for a ripe moment to bring mediation efforts to the front. So I think that this also because a very large gap as it has emerged exists between the knowledge on peace and the real life actions that we take, that the sovereign states take. So we actually do not need any ideal future peace, but we do need it now. So that's something that I think I always try in a way to report in my work, but also in my personal life. And that's kind of bridging the gap between theory and practice, because we can be here and talk and talk and talk, and then how do you behave, not only in your personal life, but also in your professional life? What are your ethical groundings? What do you work for? What's your vision? What's your mission? So this morning we talked about that. We said that the gap is clearly closing between peace and justice, but I don't see it. Like, as it was mentioned in the first panel, there is a great discrepancy between values, visions, rights, and stuff that is written on paper, and then what actually looks like to bring work about. So it's very sad that right now what I'm seeing is that taking a step back is seen as a less viable option than keep destroying everything, keep going on with the war. Okay.
No, you mentioned a practice, and I want to interrupt you here in this precise spot because Riccardo has something to tell us about the actual work on the ground as a founder in Bologna of the the movement for the international organization.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. So I hope you listen to me. So to start with, thank you all for staying here until our panel and listening to us in this big number. I'm here mainly because of that, to bring my experience, recent experience, with the creation of this branch of a movement which starts actually in the 1950s, the Society for International Organizations in Italy, which is also the United Nations Association. An association which is, you may know perhaps, that is located in Rome and shapes and has been shaping for decades the way students and youngsters enter international relations and diplomacy, especially Italian diplomacy. We felt there was a gap in Bologna. For those who don't know Bologna and we are first time here, Bologna is wonderful city first, but especially a university city with more than 90,000 students, and where political sciences are really, really lived in the streets, manifestations, and in values that students want to bring up. We felt that there was a gap. There was not a real connection with the institutions. And in this era that we are living, we grew up, at least I grew up, with one word especially, which was globalization. I fell in love with it, and multiculturality and respect and international cooperation. However, we are seeing how institutions, international institutions, are failing us in some ways. And despair, numbness, and also mistrust in these institutions that we want now with this also, with this association, we want to encounter. And we think that also corresponding to accountability, it is well needed. So for what concerns the association, some activities that inspired us and actually put some trust in us, but perhaps should I wait for the solutions to say it? So I will not say some spoilers, but we felt in just some months of activities there is something that we can use to really make some good, beautiful and useful activities in the territory. So that's at least a positive outcome that I will tell you about later. Thank you.
Thank you, Riccardo. Camilla, we were discussing before, and we both liked the term latency, absence, something that is not mentioned. You work on in your PhD. You're still researching, still shaping up your research, but this concept is somehow guiding you in looking at disarmament, looking at the difficult issue of nuclear power, nuclear discussions. Please.
Yes. So hi everybody. Thank you, Luca, for the kind introductions, and also thank you to the Agency for Peacebuilding for giving me the space. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So this is the first time for me speaking in front of such an audience, and also I'm like in the first months of my PhD. So yes, I do say that I study nuclear latency, but this is a prospect for the future. So I hope I can talk to you about it next year, maybe. I want this also to be a conversation because I have no more right to be here on this stage than you. And so, yeah, please bear with me while I try to say something interesting from my field. So I want to start from saying that I think our fields of peacebuilding and non-proliferation studies communicate way more than we might reciprocally expect. And I think that many of the struggles that have been discussed today are very common also to disarmament struggles. And I also think there is a genuine space for sharing practices of peace. My field is mainly state-driven, but for many decades, as many of you might also know, indigenous and local communities have been completely sidelined, even though they have been the most affected by nuclear weapons in their local dimensions. I'm talking specifically about, of course, the survival of nuclear weapons bombing of the Hibakusha, and also about the survivors of nuclear testing. So in Algeria, but also in the Marshall Islands. So I think that, as we heard before, for peace building, these grievances are constantly forgotten and disregarded. And but at the same time, sorry, I cannot speak. They're also probably the ones who worked more towards the disarmament achievements that we can celebrate all together today. And so also to them my reflections. So the idea that struck a lot to me today was during the panel from Professor Richmond, so thank you. The observation that diplomacy talks peace, but also carries many times, most of the times, carries death, especially in nuclear diplomacy. And this leads directly to a reflection that we cannot avoid. And I think that, yes, we do need innovative ways of doing peace building and of doing disarmament, but there have been innovative ways which are still not being adopted. And we need to work towards also legitimizing forms of institutions and governance that can bring us, like, someday to a world at peace and also to a world free of nuclear weapons. So I think that This deeply shapes what kind of future can be imagined and we can build. Nuclear weapon states, including at this very moment in New York at the NPT Review Conference, are justifying delays in their disarmament obligations with carefully balanced language, appealing to international instability and to insecurity, like international context insecurity. But this language does not only delay, it also normalizes the systems and also the same system that created the insecurity. So I think it has already worked too much to normalize these threats, as we've seen with the war in Ukraine and also in Gaza, like threats of nuclear use, which are like very problematic and unprecedented. And also they make these threats and the normalization of these threats make them feel like a permanent and acceptable, increasingly acceptable feature of the global nuclear order. And as all the NGOs present at the NPT RevCon are saying, the moment to act is exactly this one, and the moment to dismantle the material, but also linguistic articulation that sustain the system, which has not progressed towards, of course, realistic disarmament is now. And I just want to close with the line from the Brazilian delegation that I think captured this. Crucial political decisions have the power to shape and reshape geopolitical realities. There is no such thing as a perfect political context. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. Laura, the inclusion of, you've studied in particular Syria, the Syrian context and the Ukrainian one, and today they've been mentioned and discussed pretty much. You dealt with the inclusion of categories of people that usually the peace process doesn't include. Shall we start from here?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and the privilege of speaking to you today. So what we're supposed to do in this panel is basically summarize and give our point of view on what was shared earlier, and it's a really difficult task. My intervention will be a little bit of a puzzle, reinforcing some things that were shared before, but also giving other little pieces that I thought were not there. So also bear with me, please. So across these crises that we have discussed that are embedded in complexity, I keep returning to those that are missing from the rooms and where their decisions are made. And I want to be clear, we talked a lot about inclusion today. We talked about the inclusion of women, we talked about the inclusion of civil society. When I am invited to these spaces to talk about inclusion, I feel like I'm doing that because I'm a whimsical fairy hippie. But that's not, I mean, that's true, but that is not why we advocate for inclusion. We advocate for inclusion not because it's just the right thing to do, but because research actually shows that peace agreements are 64% more durable when civil society and women are meaningfully included. Stress on meaningfully. Inclusion is not just a concession, but it's a more effective path to addressing the root causes of conflict, as it was mentioned earlier in a previous panel. And I think that we need to do a better job of communicating this data and this logic to governments. In Syria, we have 13 million people displaced. Civil society, including communities in exile, have built real government capacity over years of struggle, and their expertise that were earned through survival is now treated as irrelevant in many spaces. While in Ukraine, millions are displaced internally, millions are displaced throughout Europe and beyond, and women and feminist peace builders have spent decades advocating for inclusive peace. They were excluded from the Minsk agreements, they are excluded from the ceasefire talks, and their demands for justice were always sidelined. And currently, at least as far as I know, all these recovery conversations are happening in either European capitals or in Kyiv and Lviv, and not in the places where destruction has actually occurred and is broad. So I believe and I wish that the next process will have to be different, and it must be shaped by young people, displaced communities that refuse to inherit this exclusion, which is violence, given the insane risks and also the insane contributions that they have made to their country during aggression. On this investment, I basically can trace my career to the career history to what existential crisis I was having at the specific time. And I was working on Ukraine between 2022 and 2024. And I went to conferences and spaces sharing the realities that I was seeing on the ground and advocating for more support for Ukraine. And in 2023, I received an invitation to go hold a dialogue facilitation training at the BDBD refugee settlement in northern Uganda, where I found out that communities had less and not enough food vouchers anymore because of this investment to Ukraine. And this is not an argument not to support Ukraine anymore, but an argument for doing better everywhere. Another piece of the puzzle is that I think that is often missing in our discussions is private sector accountability. Something that is rarely spoken about and has increasing urgency. So RUSI found that at least 450 unique foreign-made components across 27 Russian military systems, the majority manufactured by US firms, but also sourced from Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Britain, France, and Germany. And according to the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project in 2024, a Russian missile that struck on Ohmadit, that is a children's hospital in Kyiv, involved KH-101 missile containing at least 16 parts manufactured in the US and Switzerland. And yet, it's young men and women that are on the ground refusing to fight that are being framed as traitors. So yeah, we need far more awareness and accountability for our technology went up, and this moral burden cannot fall on individuals while corporations and intermediaries are operating without consequence. And finally, from my perspective, I also see a growing recognition in communities that peace is not to be delivered by external superpower influence. As someone from the global south, I believe that we must refuse to play this imperialist game, regardless where it comes from Moscow, Washington, sometimes Brussels, Istanbul, or Beijing. From my time working on the ground in Ukraine, I have heard often not publicly shown acknowledgement that Ukraine, Syria, other countries are being caught between two or more powers who have no interest in the protection of civilians, their happiness or livelihoods. And this is why many young people, they are not advocating for a seat at the table only, they want to break the table. And my hope is that does not lie only in superpowers negotiating over people's heads. I have a very dear friend in Iran that I tried to reach out during the crisis that just happened, and she told me, it feels like they are playing with your lives. This is how it feels like. And I believe that the real peace will come from the people that work on the ground and civil society that are already organizing outside the table. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good introduction to the future, which we have around 12 minutes to talk about. 12 minutes for the future, to be shared, of course. So we start again from the accountability concept, Sarah. And we start again turning it into the timeline, forwarding it into the future.
Thank you, Luca. So we talked about this at lunch, and he proposed having like two rounds of questions. So first question was opinions, impressions of the conference, and second part was solutions. And I was like, are you joking, right? There were
We agreed.
there were major scholars here, and they didn't really propose solutions. So why should we go there and make fun of ourselves? And then I said, okay, this is part of the initiative. Like part of this solution I'm going to propose to you is standing in front of you, and I'll get to you what it means. So I interned with Agency for Peacebuilding 2 years ago. I was like them, standing in the first row, helping with the forum and many other stuff. And then after the internship time, we stayed in touch. We stayed in touch until last year. I was invited to the office and asked, would you like to shape a youth program? It was like, oh, okay, you have full autonomy on this. Like you can choose whatever you want, whatever you like, whatever task that feels like it suits you better. So I started with some bullet points that were pretty normal stuff of autonomy, and then arrogance all at once sets, because I was starting to think, okay, I was at the forum, but there were many youth in the audience. And I mean, the position of this desk doesn't help, because it means it represents power relations in a way. So it's seniority versus juniority, right? So I was like, okay, I'm here listening to all this knowledge. And then, for example, American university students have the task of asking questions. And I was like, okay, but why only that? Why shouldn't we do like a panel of all people under 30 who bring actual knowledge on the table? And I'm not working on, my research interests working on youth participation, maybe as Laura does, and she can tell you more about. But as a young scholar, a young professional, this is an item that cannot not be on my agenda. Like, I want to be in places. I want to have the right to speak, and I think we also have the experience to do that. I may not have all the field work and interest experiences that you have heard from speakers today, but that's something I really much appreciated from Paula, from Paula's speech. Always trying to understand where you stand. Try to turn stuff, trying to turn things around, try to understand what's your lens through which you analyze concepts. So that would be it for me, because time is up.
Thank you, Sarah. Riccardo, what are you organizing for Bologna? You interrupted yourself while on the.
Yes. Reshaping,
Go ahead with the future
reshaping
again.
totally diplomacy how it works, like from top down to bottom up.
Not less than that.
It's impossible. No. Also, me, as Sarah was saying, we're real youth. I'm still a student. I have not my master yet. However, I, with a special group also, Daphne, Lorenzo, Marta, Dave, others, we chose to really try to have some agency within these institutions. It's something that is not easy to do if you don't belong to a certain context. And of course, I'm talking as an Italian. Of course, Italian diplomacy is one of the best in the world. It's very participative. You have the UN youth representatives. So I'm starting from good point, and so I cannot imagine how it is from other contexts. But however, I'm talking about my experience in Bologna, so that's it. We had the chance to have institutional visits, to talk and to propose with consuls from foreign states, and we had the chance, and we are actually programming different meetings and activities, then can actually shape and ameliorate relationships between students in different contexts. So what we actually discovered, the spoiler, was the power of proposal that we have. So if we don't try, we can't know it. However, we have it was just a matter of talking, and that was it. We had an idea. So our take is just that connection is important, it's necessary, and also I want to extend it here after the forum to connect and do things together, not just as one association because we are, but in a more broader context. There are also some cons on all this story and all these kind of associations, but we can discuss them more in private. So it's more diplomatic to keep the institutional flowness. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Riccardo. Yes, we will use all the time at disposal to talk about the future, and then they will be available for your questions straight afterwards during the aperitif session. Camilla, you anticipated something before in your previous intervention. Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, sure. I will be very brief, so to leave you some minutes to speak to Laura. So my initial answer to this question of solutions was divided into two: a very utopian first part, and then a practical part. And I think I will focus only on the utopian one because I think the goal, well, I cannot solve the nuclear arms race right now. But and also I think that everybody can go and look at the TPNW's recommendation, 10 steps towards nuclear disarmament. So I will not spell them out for you. But what I wanted to say is that we have been used to this normalization, to this grammar of deterrence. Yeah, I'm a bit scared to say it here, but so I know that many people think that extended deterrence has protected the peace of a lot of us, also in Europe. But I think that it is the time to take alternatives seriously, because to keep talking and studying deterrence, we as scholars of international security also have an obligation to the creation of a specific, like we produce specific knowledge that continues to justify this kind of system that doesn't at the end eliminate nuclear weapons, because it is based on the credible threat of use. So my utopian take is that progress in this sense and in my field requires real accountability and transparency, especially from the nuclear weapon states, but also the power, the individual power that all of us have here in this room, but also outside, to imagine peace in a different way. And I know it might sound naive, and I'm not like one of those pacifists that just, believes in this without considering the material and structural conditions. But I'm very realistic in this, and we have the power, we have the right to imagine peace in different way, and also to, once again, as Ben Ekeson has said before, to reclaim the word peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. Last but not least, Laura, I quote now. Just a second. Something I really appreciated from the, where is it? See, I'm a boomer. Governments should worry less about escamotage to gain the trust of young people and civil society, and more about actually being trustworthy. This is a governance problem, not a communication one. You wrote that, Shall we start from here? Would you like to?
Sure, that was one of my points.
It was.
Yeah, just because I'm really not good at summarizing things, this was one of my recommendations. So I will skip that. The second point around the weaponization of peace. So we talk about peace washing a lot earlier today. And we have had discussions throughout the day on how words don't seem to matter anymore. We call peace things that are not peace, and the need to reclaim this word. Ceasefires are not peace, capitulation is not, negotiations. And this peace washing is not working in our favor when we go to communities and we talk about peace and they look at us. They trust us even less than what we were before. So our job is to refuse that framing. The second one, I cannot say it better than Paula, but don't tell me what you care about. Show me your budget. Please, please, please stop defunding peace building programs. Stop defunding peace studies programs. Don't defund security programs for Camilla's sake and all of our sakes. But I think that one of the major lies that we have been told is if you want peace, invest in war. No, we will get war. Third one, fourth one. Across Europe, we have been seeing the return of military conscription discussions. People are suddenly renovating bunkers. And what I would like to propose at the European level is it would be amazing. In Ukraine, we have been seeing the education components of teaching young kids to drive drones, and I understand where that's coming from. But I would love to see widespread European programs that focus on nonviolence, disaster preparedness, instead of conscription and other militarized approaches, not only for youth, but also for adults. And finally, the most important point actually for me is on young practitioners and mental health. This point is a little bit more personal. We have heard today that youth is not a monolith, and that is true, but I have the prejudice and bias of working for UNOI that focuses on young people that are doing peacebuilding work. And what I witness from the grassroots is that young people are facing violence in their homes, they're facing violence in their schools, and yet they are working for peace. So I cannot stress enough how hard that is. They are grieving their futures. They're grieving the futures that they were denied while metabolizing generational trauma and pushing back against the humanizing narratives that they have been fed up their whole lives. And they do that in an environment where solidarity is being criminalized and humanitarian workers are being targeted. We have seen this all over the news through Israel-Palestine, but it's all over the place. When working on Ukraine, I struggled a lot with burnout for much of that time. And I say that with the full awareness that I had the privilege of having my European passport, that I could come in and out whenever I wanted. But I would not be standing here today if they're not for my community, my colleagues, friends, activists, many of whom are here in this room, and who gave me the space to cry, to complain about the same thing over and over again. And I still do that. I cannot stand myself anymore. And to share this burden with. So to institutional civil society organizations and donors, we need dedicated budget lines, genuine mechanisms and safe spaces for colleagues, in particular junior professionals, to care for one another, because I'm convinced that this is one of the most important factors in ensuring sustainable, healthy peace building on the long term. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. I was right in being happy about this panel and enthusiastic, actually, not happy. We saw that the future can be made by knowledge as well as emotions. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot, Luca. And thank you to all the speakers. We saw, borrowing an idea that emerged in the panel, that devoting the final event to youth is not only a matter of representation, but also the opportunity to give an important and meaningful voice to the substance of the event and the strong contribution to the overall discussion. I'm wrapping up the event of today. I hope that it was a good opportunity to obtain useful ideas, useful inspiration, and useful contacts for our work, which is the inspiration of our work of the event. This is the reason why we do the event, to put in contact theory and practice, to put in contact people from various backgrounds, from different countries, from different personal experiences. And as Professor Richmond was saying earlier in the morning in his keynote speech, this would not have been possible in the past to gather such a various audience. And in this sense, this is in itself an act of peacemaking. Let me say that the forum is not over yet. Tomorrow there will be another day of events. From 9:15 to 4 p.m. there will be a symposium on advancing mediation in a multipolar world, in collaboration with a variety of partnerships, such as the Italian Network for International Mediation, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Sant'Anna School, and so on and so forth. There will be in the afternoon, this is in Auditorium Villa, Parco della Montagnola, whereas in the evening at 6 p.m. there will be the closing talk with Ramon Karam, an activist, talking with a journalist. I want to thank our colleagues that especially contributed to the organization of this event, our project officer Maria Chiara Giaccai, our communication officer Nadia Paleari, also Sara Buccafusca, who was also a speaker at the final time of the final panel. And I think I said everything, so the final thing I want to tell you is to invite you at the final aperitif right here, right out of here, where we got the welcome coffee also at the lunch. Thank you, everybody. Hope to keep in contact for our work.